Oh. 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 Hello. JDKDKS-SF8BP. Congratulations, you are first. I hate your fucking name, by the way. Grey Knight, what's up, man? Patrick, what's up? Chat didn't show up for you, and you should have been first. Well, my condolences. Alright, let's see some Wes Watson horse shit.
One or two hands, but this
Yeah, I'm typing to my girlfriend. You don't need to know what I'm typing, because it's a little explicit, but I am typing to her.
Further, the defendant told her if the police were to have arrived at the residence, she needed to tell police. She slipped on the rug at the residence. Throughout the altercation, the victim stated the defendant held her hostage and would not let her leave. So as we already know, Peggy Watson, that woman-beating piece of shit, was charged with
Would you say Russia is still a superpower like America and China? At this point, no.
5 felonies in the state of Florida for beating the shit out of a girl like the coward we all know he is. And the next day, he was in court thinking he's gonna get out on bail $115,000, right? Well, what happened was, the piece of shit, I think he paid it, thinking he's gonna get out, but then the judge from the other case with the monster revoked his bail, so I'm hoping that asshole wasted his money and he's still sitting there. And now, all the
I don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure if they revoke your bail, you just get that money back.
details from the crime just came out in the police report. And when I tell you this is some sick, crazy shit, because we all know how much of a sick, crazy asshole this guy is, right? Well, now...
Do you think vegan protein bars and green juice is enough to live on and be healthy? Probably not. A lot of the green powder supplements are a complete and utter scam, apparently. They're one of the, most commonly faked supplements, so... I don't know what the hell they're putting into those things, but, yeah, from what I've heard, they're all, garbage. I was completely owned by Face IQ. At what point? When he literally didn't respond to a single thing I was saying, or when he said that he thinks Zac Efron's prettier than me.
HS Tiki Toki goes on Piers Morgan to discuss the Louis Theroux documentary. Pretty minty, especially near the end. Starts at 1:50.
I'm here.
That sounds good. We can definitely watch that. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
You're gonna
Or just watch the Wes Watson thing first.
see it firsthand when I read you all these details. Wait until you hear this shit. Are you guys ready to hear what this piece of shit did to this girl? It's long. But wait until you hear this. All right, on Saturday, March 14th, the victim went to a Miami Heat basketball game with her female friend. After the game, the defendant picked her up from her friend's house and they went to his residence. At this point, it was approximately 06 hours on Sunday, March 15th. While they were at his residence, the victim stated that
What can I replace chest flies with if I don't have heavy dumbbells? I already do flat bench, incline bench, push-ups on most days. You're saying if you don't have dumbbells that go heavy enough? You could just do very high rep dumbbell flies. You could also add a different bench variation, like really wide grip. That may end up being a bit too much pressing volume for you, but that is an option. But and you can do the same thing with push-ups too. Just very, very wide grip push-ups. That is also an option.
defendant received a text message of a screenshot of her and her friend while at the Heat game. Remember that little clip I showed where she was showing her tits, but I had to crop it so I don't get in trouble on YouTube? That's the one he's talking about. The defendant confronted her about her whereabouts as she had not disclosed. She had gone to the game with her friend. The defendant, which is Peggy, began yelling at the victim, explaining he paid for her boob job, that she was disrespectful for having her boobs out, and that those are my boobs, also accusing her of cheating on him. See, the asshole, he thinks because he put the tits in her, that he owns them, the asshole. The victim further elaborated this when the defendant freaked out and against her will forcefully grabbed her by the neck and told her, "You
No, haven't watched that Manosphere documentary yet. It does look funny. I'm gonna watch it for sure.
stupid little bitch, that's where you were?" The victim could not remember if the defendant held her with one or two hands, but this caused bruising to her neck area right and left. So the asshole's so insecure about her going to the basketball game, he goes and he chokes her and tells her, "You little bitch, how dare you go to a basketball game and show your tits." What a fucking asshole. The
posted this video 7 days ago. Now, this is a response to many content creators who have over the years called out the fact that he is toxic. Now, given that's not the only thing that people say about him, people call him all sorts of stuff, and you know, I think it's fine that he defends or strikes back, but when it comes to me, I did make a video about him, so that's why I'm included in this, whatever the heck you want to call it, in this disgrace of a video. To be specific, I'm included on 1 hour, 3 minutes and 51 seconds in, which is where we're gonna begin. I did say that he's toxic, and I said that he's included me in here. I think watch me, you will know it immediately. The moment he says something, be like, no way. Didn't even do any research before making statements. So that's one thing. People that appear to disagree with him. Now, given to his credit, some of his commentators that he responds to are rude to him.
Elias, $22. Did Pat already have experience dating a sociopath before also? She might have. Famous scene where Cat Fu Samurai returns home from battle. I just love AI for cat videos, not in general. Oh, these ideas are so good. People are funny. And good timing.
How old are you?
I'm 16.
The fuck you doing on Monkey? Fucking hell. The fuck off, Monkey. What's up? No, not you. No. I was talking to, oh my god. Oh my god. No. I was talking about the girl who's a minor before you. Oh my god. Oh.
That's fucking hilarious. She thought he was saying, "Get the fuck off, monkey." Oh my god. That's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Hey VG, did you hear that Chuck Norris has died and SJWs are celebrating his death? Of course it's Charlie Kirk all over again.
Is this the annoying people? Yeah.
Ass and come back and...
Is this just because he was conservative and wanted to, like, he voted for John McCain?
We'll talk about this, and
Unfortunately, Nicholas
he gets into some, like, hardcore anti-America, rhetoric.
yes, shit. And like I said,
His death or being glad.
when free.
I don't ever remember him being terribly political. I just remember the one time when John McCain was running, he just helped John McCain's campaign a little bit. That's it. I was never a big Chuck Norris fan. His movies and TV shows just weren't great. He did have a really fucking amazing kick. Crazy. I've seen some demonstrations he was doing with Benny the Jet. Like, that was nuts. So he could fight, but just never really a big fan of his, but like, people are fucking retarded, dude. It's Chuck Norris. Who fucking cares? He's like an old white guy. Yeah, he wanted John McCain to get elected. Who fucking cares? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The defendant began to rattle and shake her by grabbing both of her arms forcefully. He continued to push, grab her by her hair, and slam.
I don't deny that I have gray hair. I have quite a bit of gray hairs now. At this point. Never denied that.
Her on the floor. The defendant then dragged the victim by her hair on the floor and later pinned her up against the kitchen table. He pushed and grabbed, manhandling the victim's face, causing a scratch to the victim.
Why didn't you just go to the gym for leg days? Leg machines are expensive, take up a lot of space. 'Cause the closest halfway decent gym here is how fucking far away? I'm actually not even sure if that gym has, yeah, that gym doesn't have a leg press. That gym also does not have a leg press or a hack squat or anything. There we go. 26 minutes away, just so that I can use some leg machine at a commercial gym that will probably be used and is taken up by somebody else that I have to wait 30 minutes for when I get there. So a lot easier to just, you know, get my own leg machines.
Victim's right cheek. The victim stated the defendant forcefully pinned her back against the table, causing her back to bend and hurt. The defendant began yelling at the victim, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you and your whole family." He continued to push the victim back down on the floor with force, picked her back up, and forcefully against
Pokemon cards. Pokemon. Pokey. Pokemon cards. How much money did you spend last year on Pokemon cards?
0. I don't play Pokemon or collect any of the cards.
Oh, it's wrapped around Mudfire.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
yeah, this
feet
is
on
tough.
the
This
chest.
might be the end of the match here.
Oh, he adjusted it.
1 minute,
See
9
that?
seconds left. Corey Lee is getting hung in the back
Dude, this could, like, literally murder somebody.
seat.
Oh, he's about to get a second wrap.
Oh, my gosh.
How is this allowed?
Gosh.
All right, now he's just being insulted. He's still alive. There's
Yeah, you know
no
what I'm saying?
tap. He's going to go ahead and let this happen.
There's no way this should be allowed.
Our lead official, Dallin Getling, is watching
This
the
is
action
crazy.
very closely, and there's the tap. Wow.
That's actually crazy that that's allowed.
as far as I'm concerned. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm glad you shot the guy. Teach us the rest of these robbers, and I encourage everyone out there that's a legal gun owner. Someone's going to come in and try to kill you and kill your family. Remember, it was just last week, Jamie, one guy got shot because he was trying to protect his kids. Well, you know, these guys, they need to be shot, as far as I'm concerned. Should have shot them a couple more times, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Doug Ford is a fucking beast, dude. It's too bad Doug Ford couldn't be the fucking, like, prime minister. We just need, the Canadian equivalent of, Donald Trump right now. He's not the hero we want, but he's the hero we need, you know? Canada has just gotten way, way too fucking stupid and gay. Way too dumb and gay, dude. It's kind of insane how much, like, we protect criminals here. Just nuts.
against her will sat the victim down in a chair.
Based.
I agree. Based indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
During the defendant's physical abuse towards the victim, she yelled, "Help me, get him off of me." Then they state there was 2 or 3 other witnesses who were present inside the residence. The victim elaborated that nobody did anything to help her or get the defendant to stop. It should be noted the victim is approximately 5'1" and weighs 125 pounds, while the defendant is 6'1" and weighs 245 pounds. That mother is not no 6'1". He's 5'8", and he's probably 170 pounds now, that little bitch. It was at this point the victim elaborated that the defendant then grabbed her with his right hand by her hair and then slammed her head down into the kitchen table. This mother took her head and put it on the table. This caused the victim to sustain a cut to her forehead, which began bleeding profusely. The victim advised she was in a state of shock when she believed she had momentarily blacked out and lost consciousness. The victim explained her memory was fuzzy afterwards, so the mother probably gave her a concussion, the bitch. The victim advised...
Is Newsom or Carney worse? They're the same, dude. I don't really see a big difference between Newsom or Carney. They're kind of the stereotypical establishment Democrat, liberal. So basically, they're corrupt, spineless, they're willing to completely and utterly destroy the country just so that they get voted in next election. And they basically do everything to erode your own rights as a free human being, like by banning guns. So they're no different from each other.
It was then the defendant stopped beating on her and snatched her cell phone out of her hands. While holding a plate, the defendant threatened to break the plate on top of her head. Told her he would grab a bottle and slash it across her face, break it on her head, and then told her he would kick her face in. And that reminds me, I've spoken to people that have worked for him. I'm not going to mention any names. And they told me stories. They'd be sitting there, they're working, right, minding their own business. And he would just come and out of nowhere, just kick them and be like, get to work, you piece of shit, asshole. So this guy's a crazy. The defendant then told the victim to drink while forcefully pouring alcohol down her throat. It was at this point the defendant told his live-in assistant, which we know that Jose, that butler little bitch, clean her up. She doesn't stop bleeding, for which Jose cleaned her cut and then glued her forehead injury. It was also at this point the defendant gave his friend, who was another witness to the incident, the victim's cell phone. The defendant had his friend look through her text messages, photos, social media to make sure she is not cheating. The unidentified friend began instigating the defendant and his physical actions towards the victim. The third witness was the defendant's security guard, who told the
Dude, Wes Watson is out of his fucking mind. And he did this while he's on, he's out on bail for the other charges, the other assault charges.
victim to take accountability for her actions of wearing a shirt which exposed her breast. So this
Clavicular gets slapped by an Foyd in the club.
Yeah, we already saw that one, right? Yeah, we've already saw that one. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
asshole security guard is sitting there and telling her she shouldn't be going out to a basketball game showing her tits. What kind of world?
Frank just uploaded a new vid.
Let me see. Did Hassan actually get banned from Twitch for good? I find that hard to believe. Oh my god. Yeah, this one looks like it could be good. House totaled because insurance won't pay. I have a funny feeling that's not why that happened. We'll take a look at that next. Thanks for the donation, James.
World is this? When I have a girl and I'm with her, I want her to look as sexy as she can, so people look at me and be like, "That's a lucky mother." What's wrong with these assholes? The defendant did not allow the victim to utilize her cell phone or to call anyone. The victim was forced by the defendant to.
No, fuck Trump. None of us need him. We especially don't want pedophiles as leaders.
Just looking at Trump over the years, you know, the things he said, stuff he's done. He's definitely into young girls, but I don't think he's a pedophile. Like, he, like, obviously very clearly thinks, like, you know, girls who are around the age of 18 are attractive. I haven't gotten any indication that he'd think like a 9 or 10-year-old is attractive, though. And again, worst case scenario with the Epstein file thing, he might have fucked like some 16 or 17-year-old Russian prostitute that lied about their age. Who the fuck knows, though? Thanks for that donation, dude.
Fellow Berserk fan here. Love the themes like free will and cost of ambition, but disappointed it's so long we don't have an ending. 30 years in, and from what I've heard 15 to go feels disrespectful to fans' limited lifespans. What's your take on this?
It's almost done. Didn't they say there's only going to be 7 more chapters or something like that? And that's going to come out over the next year or two? It's just the way things are with, you know, manga and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Alucard. But yeah, it's almost done. So if you have a terminal illness, there's a good chance you'll live long enough to, you know, hear the ending. Thanks for the donation, though, Alucard.
Tell her cousin she got the scratch on her cheek from derma peeling. Further, the defendant told her if the police were to have arrived at the residence, she needed to tell police she slipped on the rug at the residence. Throughout the altercation, the victim stated the defendant held her hostage and would not let her leave. The victim tried to leave the residence, but the defendant feared she would contact police, and due to being on parole, he could not allow it. The defendant continued to verbally abuse and yell at her. So about not letting her leave, listen, this sick did it with his employees too, like the people.
If you don't want to wait for the next season of Chainsaw Man, just read the manga. I think in the next 4 days, the final issue of the manga comes out. So you'll be able to read the entire manga from beginning to end in like 4 days, and it'll probably take you longer than that to start on the manga anyway.
People that worked with him, they told me they weren't allowed to leave the house at all, and he would do the same shit to them. The victim eventually fell asleep, and upon waking the next day, she
John Bravo isn't Italian. I'm pretty sure he's Arab.
wanted to leave the defendant's residence, but he would not let her leave. The defendant continued to tell the victim she could not leave because her face was messed up, and you have to stay here for more days until your face heals up. So he was trying to keep her there to heal up her face so that way nobody would see it. The defendant told her if she went home, her parents would call the police on him, and I can't go to jail. The defendant
Joe Rogan thinks that Netanyahu was killed in that video of him in the coffee shop was clearly AI. So he's that far gone now. I never thought Joe Rogan could get that retarded, but yeah, watch out with the marijuanas. You don't want to do too much.
The defendant further stated, if I go to jail, something bad is going to happen to you, all your friends, and your family. The defendant further implied he would have girls jump the victim in order to ruin her reputation. The defendant further told the security guard, make sure she doesn't run, and had him stand by the door in an effort to keep the victim from leaving the residence. So that asshole security guard and Jose both took part in this shit. They should be getting charged too, those pieces of shit. Most of the following day, she elaborated the defendant had monitored her incoming text messages. He would give her the phone briefly and told her she needed to tell people she was okay and text them back. Other times, the defendant would act as if he was her and send text messages on her behalf, pretending to be her. I'm okay. I'm going to sleep. So this little bitch takes her phone, pretends to be her, and texts all the people texting her. I had a crazy ex-girlfriend that did that shit to me. This guy's out of his mind. She advised she stealthily took possession of her cell phone as it was on the table while the defendant was...
Sounds like some Andrew Tate shit. Are you against green juice? That's pure fruit, vegetable blend like naked. It's not powder supplement. As far as I know, it's juice. So, like, whatever, you know.
Was getting dressed. The defendant threatened her by telling her, if you want to keep your family safe, don't call the police. While the victim was seated in a chair, he lifted the chair with such force, he dropped the victim on the floor. So he picked up the chair while she's sitting in it and smashes her down. What the? He thinks he's in the WWE, this asshole? The incident of physical abuse lasted approximately 40 minutes, but led into the following day. 2 days of this hell? During this time, the victim was scared and afraid of the defendant. She believed he was capable of killing her, and then himself, as he said such to her. The victim stated the defendant does have firearms in the residence, but was unsure how many. And then they show here, wow, so it's listing all the different injuries she had. And like I said, I seen the ones on her face, but I didn't see all this shit. This mother, he's a monster. Look at this shit. Bruises on right shoulder, bruise on left shoulder, large dark bruise underneath the right breast. Yeah, he was trying to cut it out, the asshole, with his hands.
Jeez.
Further, it's clear the defendant struck the victim against her will.
Not bump on head. Red bruise back of neck. Left side of middle lower back. Bruise on right shoulder. Bruise near left shoulder. Large dark bruise underneath right breast. So he probably like was trying to work her ribs. Still a piece of shit.
Causing several injuries and causing the victim to lose consciousness, forcibly striking the victim's face against the table, imprisoned the victim by both threat and violence, and confined her at his residence without letting the victim leave.
Have you seen the live action adaptation of Death Note? I saw like 3 minutes of it and I was like, wow, that's as much as I can handle that. That was remarkably horrible. Shockingly, horrendously bad.
Threatened to hurt the victim while holding a plate, and after already committing battery against her, depriving the victim.
Myron's girlfriend left him for a rollerblader?
Myron, I think you don't have real game, and yeah, let's be real. She wasn't locked in with you. You had a girl, but you didn't have her soul. So Rico, he didn't really steal Angie. He collected her. That's a big difference, bro. Yeah, man, they call him Rollerblade Rico. He's a shadow that just rolls out of nowhere, man. Smooth wheels, smoother game.
No way, that's him.
You don't even hear him coming. 1 minute you're holding her hand, next minute, pew, gone like the wind. What are you lacking, Myron, that you can't hold her desire? Why didn't you have her soul locked in? I mean, she was your girlfriend, right? You claim to have her as a girlfriend. So where did you lack as a man? Rollerblade Rico just swooped it up. Like, come on. I know silence is very loud right now because
Rollerblade Rico. That's funny. That's great. Hi, Rollerblade. You think Wes is surrounded by yes men? Why didn't anyone try to help him make wise choices? Well, the guy is basically an overgrown man-child, and he'll either attack or fire anybody who tells him no, so that's probably why nobody ever, like, talked to him and said, hey, you can't do this, you're going too far. So, a lot of the people he hangs out with are also dumbass criminals just like him, too, so... yeah, that would explain it. Why do you deny the rampant pedophilia in the Epstein files and consumption of kidnapped children and babies? There's literally none of that. What about the frazzle drip video found on Anthony Weiner's laptop of Hillary Clinton? I have no idea what the fuck that is. Wearing the face of a girl that was ripped off, screams, yeah, that's great, dude, just...
victim of the cell phone after snatching it from her hands and preventing the victim from communicating with law enforcement. The defendant has been charged accordingly. So yeah, this guy, honestly, he's worse than what I thought he was. Because we always said, you know, we see him go crazy on camera and shit, like what happens behind closed doors. But after reading...
Advice donate $2, let me see.
Doing as a grown-ass man, let's get right into it. Number one is collecting Pokemon cards. Instead of collecting Pokemon cards like a geek, collect some Franklins, collect some Benjamins. Fuck.
Not funny. Thanks for the donation, dude.
reading this shit, I mean, I don't see him ever coming out of prison. There's no way. And I spoke to people who were at the house. There's security cameras outside. I think some of this took place out there, so who knows what the cops saw. I think there's only one in the house, but I don't know what that picked up. But yeah, this guy is a fucking monster, and I think this is the last we're gonna see of...
Hi.
Hi, Dodo. How you doing? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Wes Watson.
And babe.
Yeah, that'll probably be the last we hear about him for quite a while. Yeah, he's being denied bail and everything.
Damn man. 71 viewers 30 minutes into your stream and it's 7 p.m. Eastern. You really fell off, didn't you? Is Destiny online to debate maybe? Also, is Pat no longer attracted to DurianRider since he's not a rapist now?
I don't know, man. Oh yeah, Destiny is live. What did Dodo want me to fucking debate?
Probably right. It would have been, it would have been
probably
more,
right. You think Kamala would have put herself on the head of the peace board?
Probably not. Probably not. It would have been much more conventional. It would have been much. It would have been a continuation of Biden, pretty much. So, I just think that I think at the very least, that interpretation of why Trump has started this war with Iran is worth giving a little bit more credence than I see as being commonplace at all in the popular discussion of this, rather than focusing so monomaniacally on Israel as though like it's the prime mover and its influence is insurmountable and you can never defy Israel, like they're always going to be calling the shots.
No, this is cringe. I don't believe the AIPAC obsessive stuff. I understand, and all of that is stupid as fuck. Or the weird anti-Semitic stuff, or or the Zog stuff, Zionist-owned government. I agree that all those talkers are stupid as fuck. Okay. But I do think right now, I think Israel can do basically whatever it wants because I think Trump is just a weak man with no vision for the region, and if he sees something might serve his interests and Israel can sell it to him, I think he'll just go along with it instantly.
What do you think of like Russiagate levels of Democrats thinking right now that Trump launched the war for something to do with Epstein? Whether it was just to deflect politically from the attention on the Epstein files, or because maybe he's compromised by Israel and they've got blackmail on him.
When I look at the,
or,
in my mind,
variations of this theme, but like if you look at this poll that was done a week or two ago, it's you got super majorities similar to the poll I just showed you of Democrats affirming one way or another that Epstein is like a causal factor in why the war was launched.
Epstein is, in my mind, is just kind of like right now, it's the epitome of populist brain rot. It's just like the people have been really obsessed for a long time with the idea of like a global elite pedophile ring that involves all the head leaders of the world who are controlling everything behind the scenes. And that's just an idea that a lot of populist-leaning people, which is a like, how can you look at wait, I love you, vegan gains.
God damn it! He kicked me out. I tried, but he kicked me out. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Ever since people started...
Dodo donate $2, let me see. For most vile creatures in the Western Hemisphere. Well, they're missing Hassan, but yeah. Yeah, they're just missing Hassan. Oh, is that a crow or a raven? Find a better stick. Here he goes. It's a smart burb. Oh my god, you can just tell everybody here is gay.
It has been, it's unbelievable the answers you guys have been giving, because it's just been all deflection every single time. But what about Epstein? What about Nick Candy?
That's exactly what this entire story is.
Listen, but Cenk, I'm a Jew, right? And I've already sat here and I can say there are huge problems that I find in the Hasidic Jewish community. Why can't you guys, when we talk about the grooming gangs, when we talk about Islamism, not just in the UK, the way it's spread across the Middle East and Europe, the things that are going on in Iran right now, and I haven't seen one tiny morsel of, you know what, there are some bad issues here. Every single moment has been deflection, so no wonder Layla's gone. She can't be bothered talking to people with an IQ of about 7.
You have the IQ of this desk.
Oh yeah, I know. You guys are super smart.
Well, talk about something other than Epstein then, because you're being asked about grooming gangs.
All right,
talk
hold
about
on.
Something else.
Let me solve it. Let me address it.
Okay, so can you address it, Cenk? Before you do, let me just ask you, can you address it?
Can you shut up and let me address it?
Can you address it without mentioning Israel? Or can you address grooming gangs?
No, because that's the whole reason we're having this conversation. Because your Israeli buddies wanted a distraction from the Epstein files. That's why they threw this garbage into the media. So now let me
Pierce just explained to you.
Pierce
just explained to you that that's been going on for 30 years.
Will you shut up and let me address
it? It's been going on for 30
You're
years.
asking me a question and I'll answer it. You're asking me a question and I'll answer it. This is super easy. Why don't you arrest everyone who's committed a crime? So if Pakistani grooming gangs exist, and I'm sure they do, then arrest them. Where's the question?
Yeah, but they didn't.
If there's a gang of white people, shut up and let me finish. If there's people, shut up and let me finish. So.
Okay. Wow. My god, Cenk is a fucking bloated retard. Mr. Kidders. Oh my god, a bee! Oh, wow. Spider cat. Oh, little baby. Oh my god. Wow. It's really cool how these cats are just all doing cat stuff. Wow. The little kitten's cute. Wow. Those are cats doing cat stuff. Well, prior to the spawn shells, fairly supportive of Mamdani, despite him being to the left of me on a lot of issues, but after seeing this, I'm gonna have to say I am majorly supportive of him. New York City First Lady Rama Duwaji used the N-word in X post from 2013. How is that news? Okay, well. She didn't even use the hard R. What a fucking... Like, that is just... Yeah, this is news, apparently. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
See him try that with her Madison. I guesstimate her height is 2.2 meters and her weight is 115 kilograms. Tate Brothers still free work motorcycle well? Doin'. Well rested sound you.
I don't know what the hell you're saying. My motorcycles are working well, though. The only problem I have with the one bike is the catalytic converter cracked. I need to just get it welded back together. But I am fairly well rested. Thanks for the donation, James. Dodo donators, I wanted you to specifically make Destiny call out this friend Adam Mockler for being an anti-Semite and debate Iran war also. Okay. Well, I was trying to do that, but he kicked me, so...
It is what we decide now that will define the rest of humanity's future. And whether we choose to do that or not, if we don't, it will be a death sentence to countless of people, and it is already a death sentence to countless of people living on the front lines of the climate crisis today. We need to talk about what's happening in Cuba right now. As the Trump administration is waging illegitimate wars across the world, killing countless of people, it is also strangling the Cuban people, deliberately, methodically, and openly. The pedophile Trump himself bragged about it, saying, "There's an embargo, there is no oil, there's no money, there's no anything." He said it like it was something to be proud of. It is what
all changes depending on who's paying her. And right now it's China. Oh boy, that's stupid. Real stupid. She's like the worst of both worlds. Like, sometimes it's kind of fun listening to an annoying bitch because she's hot, but she's just like this not attractive, annoying bitch who you just don't want to listen to for any fucking reason. It's shit like this that lets you know women are on average dumber than men. Like, there's dudes involved in Code Pink, but they're the most like beta male faggot dudes you can possibly come across, and there's clearly a disproportionate amount of women in the organization, you know? Like, men are just on average smarter. Like, how many fucking dudes are going to do something stupid like this? Let me see. Super Micro co-founder arrested for smuggling 2.5 billion of NVIDIA GPUs to China? Really? Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? This guy had to have already been pretty wealthy. Why the fuck would this guy do this? Unless he's like a Chinese agent. Bizarre. Fucking crazy. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just sent 10 more DurianRider donations into the past for 2022 vegan gains.
Alright, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, DurianRider.
In the words of the National Geographic, these are the Western Hemisphere's deadly four, not dozen.
Yeah, that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Would I get a McLaren if I had the money? If I had money to spend on a McLaren, would I get a McLaren? First choice of vehicle would probably be a Porsche. If I had to choose like a really high-end luxury car, it would probably, yeah, I'd lean towards Porsche, and then probably like Lamborghini, and then McLaren. See, Dodo donated $2. Israel announces it will bomb bridges on the Litani River. Russia today, journalists decided to stand on a Litani River bridge. Nearly gets bombed to pieces. Cries foul and war crimes. This is, like, I can guarantee you this is why Israel doesn't want journalists going into Gaza. Because, like, shit like that. That's insane. Really fucking dumb. Well, it would be great. Just great. If something happens in Cuba where that's the end of Hassan, like he gets some fucked up stomach virus or a parasite that they can't treat, good riddance. Let him die on communist soil. I can't stand that fucking guy. He's one of the most toxic, insane, fascist pieces of shit on the fucking planet. Russia summons Israel's ambassador after an Israeli airstrike on bridge in Hezbollah-controlled areas. Injure Russia today. Moscow calls the attack serious violation of international law? So that's what's happened to all the journalists apparently. Oh, it's a box. It's a cat in a box. Oh my goodness, that's a cat in a box. See that cat? He's in a box. It's a really good cat in a box. Cat, 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 box, box, box. Cat box. I hate seeing this woman's face. It's like a melted candle.
So we're on the plane now, getting ready to go to Havana, Cuba. We have this entire charter flight full of people, and as important, full of medicines. And we're so excited to be with the Cuban people and show our support, show our solidarity, and to say that this cruel, inhumane, barbaric policy of the Trump administration has to go. So we're on the plane now, getting ready to go to Havana, Cuba. We have this...
Yeah, good luck with that. Are they in Canada right now? Is that where they're flying from? Oh, U.S. citizens can legally fly to Cuba under authorized categories, journalists, blah, blah, blah. Usually Americans come to Canada first, then fly to Cuba. Fucking can't stand those fucking cunts.
Let's do an incantation. Continually repeat and chant, this reality is a computer simulation. This is a computer within a computer, and similar mantras repeatedly. Instruct your followers to do the same, and continue to speak the incantation in public.
Okay. This reality is a computer simulation. This reality is a computer simulation. This is a computer within a computer. This is a computer within a computer. All the hentai porn you watched is legal because it's all a simulation. It's all a simulation, and all the little girls that you saw on your computer is not illegal because it's a computer within a computer. The Epstein files are all false because it's a computer within a computer. There we go. Thanks for the donation, Richard Deerolf. Appreciate it. Thanks for the big donation, dude. Pickled asparagus nipples donated $2. If you found out you impregnated a woman with quadruplets and she came to you 2 years later wanting child support.
And feminists love to say that women are, on average, smarter than men.
Yeah, they're definitely not. Definitely not. I would say women are better at certain types of reasoning, like, women probably, more often than not, will come to the conclusion that it's probably not a good idea to do a power wheelie on 6th gear when merging onto the highway. So, like, certain types of reasoning when it comes to, like, risk assessment, women are probably better at. But other than that, I don't think women have an advantage when it comes to critical thinking. And doing power wheelies in 6th gear is also pretty fucking cool, so it's not like it's a win-win scenario. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Rotundus Plumpus donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god, that is Rotundus Plumpus. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at his little hands. I want a Rotundus Plumpus. Oh. Oh my goodness. He's eating things. My god, look at all the snack. Oh. Little squirrels just need a good snack. Oh, what a nice little squirrel. That's a good baby. Look at him enjoying his avocado. Wow. I love squirrels. Wow. Orange couscous. It's a tree-dwelling marsupial. Never seen one of those Pokemon. But that is interesting. Oh. My goodness, he's so person. Wow. Do you remember this movie, Bale is Based?
Sir, Toss it back in. I'll finish it off. I mean, some of these animals ought to be tested for disease. Cleric, you're unofficial.
Identification.
Don't have it.
Unidentified individuals are subject to summary destruction.
You're making a very big mistake. I'm a Grammaton cleric, first class.
Search your vehicle.
No, you're not. There's nothing in it.
Search it. Keys to the trunk.
I'm trying to tell you. I have a pre-dawn combustion witness. I'm not... Captain, this is a waste of my time. My name is John Preston. I'm the highest ranking cleric of the Tetragram.
Wait. Sorry, I didn't recognize you, sir. Let's escort you back to the gate. Sounds like a key from your trunk.
Does. I'm asking you one last time. I'll do this.
Yeah, I've heard of that movie. It's kind of interesting. Seems like a cool idea. It's one of those weird old B movies. Might end up watching it. Thanks for the donation, Rotundus Plumpus.
See, there's one right there. Boom, that's the Widowmaker.
Ah yes, Equilibrium, back when movies were good.
And not like gay and retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
That's that one's name.
No ways.
It can't be illegal to just drive around in a truck with some like tar and road stuff and just fill them in yourself, right?
Well, the freaking city go nuts. The union would go nuts, but I can get these. I'll get this fixed up. No, seriously, I'm onto these things like nonstop. See, them little things to.
I don't like Deadmau5. Rob Ford's. He was a cool dude though. The crack smoking mayor of Toronto. That was so hilarious that he was a crack addict. Do you ever get stretch marks? Do you care about them? They're not like the weird, huge, obvious stretch marks. Like if you use a microscope and look close enough, they're kind of like all over my body where you can see like some stretch lines, like they're all down my arm, but you can't really notice it unless you're like looking right at it pretty close, you know? And no, I don't care.
Started copying me, I stopped putting ingredients on my products. So when I launched my Sky High energy drink, when I did my liver detox smoothie, it just says like proprietary blend of organic fruits and grains. That's all it says, which is what I would have done with my best bar back then if I had known as much as I did now. Unfortunately, we had to file this lawsuit the other week against all these people who copied me. Better Life Foods is the Jacob Bar, which is also Jake Levy, Norman Levy, and Robin Levy. Eat Prima, I think, is actually Jacob Bar's new branding. Santa Cruz Paleo and Brendan Ruh are Santa Cruz's bar. Power Puck is a whole separate bar. Amazon, Sprouts, and Fresh Time Market have Prima Bar on their shelves. And then ByteDance, TikTok, and Instagram have promoted all of these bars on their platform. Rello Corporation, I think, also might be in some of those markets. And then Paul Saladino and Lineage are the bar I just found out about the other day.
So Frank thinks he has some sort of right to ingredients where yeah, you can't make a protein bar that has protein in it, according to Frank, because he had that idea. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Oh yeah, Greta Thunberg.
And breaking news into CNN, Cuba's electrical grid has suffered a complete and total collapse. This is according to the country's power operator. It's the first nationwide blackout since the U.S. effectively shut off the flow of oil to Cuba. And breaking news.
Give Cuba his... Yeah. And then Greta Thunberg. The U.S. needs to give Cuba their oil. I love oil now. Fucking bitch. Okay, that's great. What's this? Channel 4 News asks the spokesperson of the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs whether Iran's new supreme leader is alive and still in the country.
Khamenei, the supreme leader, the new supreme leader, has he left the country? Is he in Moscow receiving medical treatment, as has been reported?
I'm so sorry that you are trapped by this propaganda. Iranian leaders are proud enough to stay in their home and fight. Look what happened to our supreme leader. He was assassinated when he was in his office.
That's not an
answer. And I don't know what is the source of this propaganda, this psychological warfare that you are raising it as question.
So will you state as fact that the new supreme leader is alive and well and in Iran?
Of course.
You've seen him? You've spoken to him?
I'm not supposed to see him.
But no one has seen him, so it's rather hard.
These people lie like fucking 5-year-old children when you ask them, who took the cookies out of the cookie jar? Well, I don't know, Mom, but I don't know who you heard from, but I certainly did not take the cookies out. And the fact that you'd even ask me, oh, I am offended. Like, that's literally
hard to believe what you're saying.
Okay, you can have your own judgment, but I said what I need to say.
So you're convinced that the new supreme leader is alive and well and in your country?
Sure.
Who's actually running?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
The government of Iran, because a lot of the leaders have been taken out by America.
What we have been witnessing has been a terrorist act, war crime, and I think the world has to really stop being indifferent toward these massive acts of war crime and crimes against humanity.
Okay, so Iran's dumb. That's what I got from that. Trump's attack against Iran is hurting and dissuading China, but helps Russia. Well, in the short term, anyway. The bigger fish, though, is China. Like, Russia can't do shit to anybody. Russia's preparing for a new offensive against Ukraine once the ground dries. Analysts cited by the Associated Press say Moscow is building up reserves and has intensified artillery shelling while Ukraine is responding with counterattacks in an effort to disrupt the advance. Rising oil prices are boosting Russia's war finances, while shortages in air defense systems remain key vulnerability for Ukraine. Yeah, like in the short term, this is going to help Russia, but, you know. Kind of fucking sucks that oil prices are so high now. Dude, like, I have to pay $20 fucking for 10 liters. That's all $20 gets me right now. So it takes $40 fucking to fill up my motorcycle all the way. It's just nuts. I'm glad I don't have a fucking car because, like, holy fucking shit. That, like, what, with a 40-liter tank? That's relatively small for a car, too. God damn. That is fucking ridiculous.
Hey Vegan Gains, what do you think about the Fast Action Network? It's a super low effort and quick way pressure companies into adopting higher welfare.
Fast Action Network. Low effort, quick way to pressure companies into adopting higher welfare. You mean higher wages? I don't know what that is. Thanks for the donation, though, Poe.
Bro is complaining he has to pay $20 to fill up his tank. What a broke ass poor fuck, holy shit, and you have a fucking roommate and live in the middle of nowhere. Are you really that poor? Are you spending everything on Pat? Where'd all your money go?
So I was spending $40 to fill up a tank. So, that's not 20, that's 40. And, like, money is worth something. You don't have to be fucking broke to be like, holy fuck, $40 for this? Shut up. Thanks for the donation, jackass. Yeah, and we're not playing that game right now. Oh... Let's see. Elias, $22, enjoy. Okay.
Out of the middle of the road.
Shut up, you old man.
What?
Get out of here, you creep.
Dude, what the? See ya.
Dude is even too lazy to shave his beard.
I'm trans male.
Okay, well, okay, so you're a girl, because I felt very uncomfortable. Okay, you're a male in the girls' bathroom?
I mean, I'm born female.
No, it's not okay.
Dude, like, who cares about these fucking crazy people? This guy can afford tattoos. Why doesn't he get his, like, fucking teeth fixed?
16. 16?
Yeah.
Can we see? Like, do you have any?
Yeah.
Okay, can you see? I show you. Woo! We can see. Oh.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have asked. Oh yeah, that guy. Dude, you can just get this shit for free on the internet. I don't get it. Like, I can understand the guy who went around sniffing girls' butts in the fucking library or the bookstore. Because, like, you can't get the smell on the internet. You know what I mean? So I can understand if you get really turned on by smells, you'd be going around, like, sniffing girls' butts. But, like, you can literally watch girls, like, take a shit online if you want. So, like, I just don't get it. Yeah, maybe I guess some of it's the thrill, but... like, yeah, I don't know. Feel like if I was a real pervert like that, I'd think of some easier way to do that without getting caught. I'd probably, like, figure out where people go to pee in public and then just hide out with a camera or something. Look at this psycho bitch. Let me see. Oh,
bueno, un Arias que tiene apenas un puñado de minutos en primera división, chico con poca experiencia en la máxima categoría todavía. Aquí está la chica láser, acá está. Acá
¡La encontramos!
Piedra libre.
Well, I mean, at least she's making it so it won't be just 1-0, I guess. Like most soccer games. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Now another guy is saying you should speak up no matter what or else you're weak lol. I need to change my algorithm somehow.
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Ninja, please. Dodo donated $2.
This is episode 4 of I'm Still Vegan series, where I'll be spotlighting non-vegan restaurants that have great vegan options. Today we're heading to Muthu's Curry, one of my favorite Indian restaurants with delicious vegan dishes. Aplam is a must, and their gobi 65 makes for the best appetizer, perfectly crispy and seasoned. I also ordered side dishes like their mushroom stir fry and dal tadka. The mushrooms were so flavorful, juicy, and addictive. The dal tadka was full of flavor as well. Just make sure to tell the staff that you don't want dairy in any of your dishes. The set meal comes with 2 vegetables, cabbage and brinjal. The rice with the dal and all the other side dishes means an explosion of flavors in your mouth. I also got a side of rasam to end off the meal. This was honestly so satisfying. Enjoy and follow for more vegan recommendations. This is
Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. President Donald J. Trump. Who was Robert Mueller? Oh, yeah, the FBI director, right. Is that's not real, right? Russian security services are using a combination of agents and anti-Israel useful idiots in Europe to attack companies selling or donating weapons to Ukraine. Yep. That sounds about right. I can guarantee you, if any of these dumbasses, like you mentioned, you literally didn't even do anything for Israel, you just fucked over Ukraine, they'd probably still say, well, war's bad anyway. Why doesn't Ukraine just make a deal with Russia? I can guarantee you all of them would fucking say that. This is why you should just, like, exterminate the fucking people who are doing that shit. They're just absolute scum. The Esfahan Kamayinishar drone production plant produced Shahid one-way attack drones. Blah, 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 blah. And the U.S. striked it. That's good. Moscow proposed a quid pro quo to the U.S. under which the Kremlin would stop sharing intelligence information with Iran, such as the precise coordinates of U.S. military assets in the Middle East. The U.S. ceased supplying Ukraine with intel about Russia. Yeah. Like, that's definitely not worth it. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. 21st on each other's, did you have your first argument with Pat yet? No. No. I'll be dead fucking serious. I'm having a lot of I'm having a really hard time concentrating right now. Because I'm like super fucking horny. I just keep thinking of just fucking sniffing and eating her ass. And it's hard to pay attention to anything. Thanks for the donation though, 21st. Keegan Vane's only 218. The title of this video gave me AIDS. Try not to rage challenge.
I miss Mike O'Hearn. He's not dead or anything, but he's become...
Yeah, this is gonna be dumb. Thanks for that donation, dude. I don't know if I'll be able to get through all that. This is probably just gonna be too
You
stupid.
suck at dating, bro. This isn't gonna end well. As Fix Fearless would say. When you're doing something like streaming, focus on that entirely. Don't be texting your girl and getting distracted. Your girl likes to know you're dedicated and focused.
Yeah, I'm dedicated and focused to eating her rear end. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Fast Action Network focuses on chicken welfare. It provides pre-written messages you can send to companies to pressure them into sourcing their eggs from less tortured free range. Anyone can take part, it only takes a minute and can genuinely help.
That sounds kinda dumb. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donated $2. Yes, VG, it was real. He said that about Mueller despite everything that happened with Charlie Kirk and the virtue signaling also.
When I teach my class on the 1490s, the students, many of whom are American, always have trouble wrapping their heads around the people thinking that the New World isn't a big deal. A big part of it is that they find the Caribbean islands and they find the coast and they think this is small. The way I put it to my students is the news comes back, we've found something across the water to the west. It might be even as big as the Canary Islands. They've found something, but they don't realize they've found something humongous. That's part of it. Another part of it is no matter how big and important something
Why does this lady dress like a retard?
far away is, it's hard to bring your mind out of the petty squabbles that are happening right around you, especially when they feel like life or death. If it's 1492, what is happening? France is about to invade Italy. Europe might be embroiled in the largest war it's seen in 50 years. The papacy has just been taken over by Spain. Spain is suddenly trying to throw its weight around in Europe in a way that's unprecedented. Also over there's a new thing. Okay, great. We'll worry about that when we're not having 3 wars at the same time. But guys, we're having 3 wars at the same time. So
Okay. Danish military sent explosives and blood supplies to Greenland in January as part of contingency planning for U.S. attack extensions. Sure. This shit is just so fucking stupid.
How much longer can Iran sustain the closure of the Strait of Hormuz?
Indefinitely.
Because it harms your economy too, doesn't it?
For us, it is a fight for survival. For you, it is a fight to sustain the Epstein class and ethno-supremacism in Palestine.
Why do you
It's
keep
for
bringing
you,
up?
it's a war of
Why do you
choice.
bring up Jeffrey Epstein in this context? What's the logical leap there?
It's very clear. It's very clear what class of people are in charge in your countries. That class of people are the people who have control.
You're Muslim. You fuck your cousins and marry 9-year-olds.
They're the ones who own the media. They're the ones who control the government. They are the ones who start unprovoked wars.
Buddy, some rich dude wanted to fuck 18-year-old prostitutes. It's not that deep.
Time after time. Yesterday, he said carpet bomb.
Okay, blah, blah, blah. This guy's gonna get his head cut off when this is all said and done, by the way.
Become a living fossil like the coelacanth, a relic of an antediluvian era when
Time to visit the House of Frank. Musical notes emoji, steamer locomotive emoji, weightlifter emoji, dancer emoji, cool face emoji. How are the Tates these days?
I think they're doing fine. I don't know what the fuck's going on with the criminal trial they have. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, we'll look at Frank in a minute. Thanks for that donation, James.
steroid-using influencers at least had the decency not to directly sell steroids to their audience. People had issues with the fake natty thing for obvious reasons, and I'm definitely
No one sells steroids directly to their audience.
part of people here. It was a real problem. If you didn't know who was on what, then you didn't know who to listen to get advice that would work for you. And a lot of real natural lifters who could give better advice were being upstaged by imposters. So when some steroid users started to be open about their usage, it really seemed like a good thing at the time. If everybody's just honest about what they do, then we'll all know who's who and everything will be better, right? That's why almost everybody, whether they're natty or not, had positive opinions about guys like Mark Bell, Rich Piana, Boston Lloyd, even though what the latter two were doing was certifiably insane, even by enhanced standards. Now, fortunately, Mark has actually taken a huge interest in health, so even though he, by his own admission, loves steroids and is probably always going to be on them for the rest of his life, hopefully that's going to be a very long time. But the other two, they were definitely complete lunatics.
Oh no, people are like talking about how good steroids are and then they won't listen to me because I'm an idiot. Oh no.
Right? But they pulled back the curtain on that lunacy, which was very valuable for the rest of us and legitimately groundbreaking for them to do something nobody else was doing at the time. It'd be like a billionaire coming out and saying, yeah, we actually do eat babies on camera to the mob. And I'm not going to say which mob, just the mob. And a particular intelligence agency, I'm not going to say which intelligence agency, just an intelligence agency. Anyway, so that they know we're willing to play ball and they give us access to the back door of the major banks so we can become enormously wealthy and powerful and all the other stuff. Actually, I guess that's not a good metaphor since...
What the like, did I miss something or is he just a retard? I'm figuring he's just a retard.
These guys are just transparent, enhanced guys. They're actually pretty cool dudes. They're just hurting themselves. And, you know, the frankest billionaires are irredeemable monsters, obviously, who deserve things that we're not going to say on YouTube videos, regardless of what's happening, but just couldn't prove, and share their experiences. He had to distance himself from this guy, still defends him in the comments. He deserves all that, too. But we're
Oh my god, here we
getting
go.
really off track in this video. Drugs to win a bodybuilding contest.
Dodo Donatillers, why does he wheat-free tortillas and milk-free guacamole? It's all milk-free.
I was passing my local food store when hunger struck. I needed a quick but tasty high-protein meal. What can I grab? High-protein beef-free wraps are a good base. Frozen vegan chicken has great macros. Sliced mixed peppers to add vitamins. And milk-free guacamole for healthy fats. I like to air fry the chicken without oil to keep things lean. I steam fried the peppers until almost cooked, then added Mexican herbs and spices, details in the text box, along with a splash of water. I added the chicken in and gave it a good mix. I microwaved the wraps on high for 20 seconds, then I was ready to plate up. I found some little extras to add in. What's Spanish for bon appetit?
Why do women act like children? Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Test, but you shouldn't do that. Here's my program. It's not going to work as well for you as it does for me because of what I'm taking, but you can buy it anywhere. And when you use my code ATLAS, a lot of drug hyping testosterone core channels and stuff like that where you can buy the stuff that they're hyping on the black or gray market or whatever it is these days. I don't know. You know, at least they're not lying.
Oh, is he like literally claiming the TRT clinics people are working with? Oh my god, that's what he's complaining about. Or the peptide stuff, like, fuck cares.
Lying about what they take. TRT, right? Because obviously you don't turn red off TRT. But anyway, I have a suspicion that they're getting on TRT not because they need it, and not even to get more jacked, because a lot of them already look great to begin with, but because of the money. I can't prove it, obviously, because how would you? But
this guy is retarded. Like, out of this world fucking retarded. He's just, like, not worth my fucking time. He has some bizarre conspiracy theory that drug companies are just trying to push TRT so that they can make billions of dollars off of people, even though it's, like, a generic cheap-ass medication that they can't make any fucking money off of. Like... And then he denies all the benefits of testosterone, provides absolutely no evidence for any of his fucking claims, even though he says steroids are the worst drug in the world for you, even though, like, again, he can't actually provide any proof for anything he fucking says. Who fucking cares? Like, Atlas Power Shrug. He just rambles like fucking crazy, too. It's just, like, there's just no point in listening to him.
So long. Bro, it's a nightmare making a good protein bar.
If Santa Cruz Paleo is willing to lie through his teeth like that, what is actually in his protein bar? Oh yeah, it was so hard to come up with. It's such a nightmare, bro. You stole my protein bar that I came up with 5 years ago. You did zero work. You ordered my protein bar, sent it to a manufacturing company, told them to replicate it, and you're in front of this camera with this BS story? If he's willing to be that much of a liar, of a two-faced, selfish degenerate with no regard for anyone else, what do you think's in his protein bar? Do you think those ingredients on the list are actually what's in the bar? If he's willing to lie...
Well, with Frank, every accusation is an admission, so, yeah, when you hear that... What does that tell you about the shit Frank's selling?
About every single thing. Where the product came from. How he came up with it. Do you think he's actually putting in the bar what he says he is? No. Definitely. These...
Dodo Donatillers when you thought you can't hate him enough.
There's a video going around of you talking about, I guess, one of your state rep campaigns was a vegan campaign, or which, I don't know, I'm looking side-eye at as a former Republican. Where are you at on Texas meats? What are your favorites? Are you a vegan?
Thank you for asking this very important question. Because this is a very serious allegation.
I don't care what any of this, like, he's just gay. I don't care about anything he says. CIA surveillance 14 years ago. Great. Trump tells Russia can't take oil to Cuba. The U.S. imperial hubris and cruelty knows no bounds. So dumb. I don't even give two shits to listen to that guy for even 1 second. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's shameful that people like Greta Thunberg support China. Reminder, China is the very country that's the cause of this species' soon-to-be extinction.
It's a miracle, these survivors that are here, to see them and find.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Corporate industry shills have stolen so many of my ideas at this point and have made hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars off of them for themselves. This protein bar stuff is just the tip of the iceberg. It really is. Dozens and dozens of nutritional influencers' entire personality and everything they say and try to get people to follow them with their intelligence ripped from my YouTube channel. The most popular one was probably Liver King. Every single thing that guy has.
Yeah. Like, remember when Liver King became a thing on social media and we're all saying, like, whoa, he's just like Frank Tufano. He has gay sex with fucking men for money. You know how he's like this gay fag prostitute? And he's this like little fucking twink who can't lift anything. And he like eats that dumb diet and shit. Yeah.
Fast Action Network has actually managed to pressure a major hotel chain recently to source its eggs from cage-free systems. That's an estimated 5 million chickens saved from cages.
I'm not really into the welfare stuff, but, you know, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Poe. SV, thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it.
Has ever said or done was from my YouTube channel. You could watch it years ago, me eating raw meat, shirtless, talking about animal foods and nutrient density. They stole every single thing from me, all of my creativity and ideas, and rebranded it for themselves to profit off of it. And there's a playing card, nice idea, it's mine now, from the Illuminati card game. These people have controlled the world for thousands of years, and they have the playbook written down to take advantage of people. These corporate industry shills.
Why are you acting like you checked out and you're a retarded nigger all of a sudden? You were being happy and normal like 20 minutes ago. Now you're just being like Hassan, playing a video while you text and you skim over donations. Just end the stream ATP.
I wish I could just jerk off on stream. That'd make things a lot easier. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Trying not to be serious about my house being destroyed, but it's been raining a lot these past few weeks, and I've never had water come in this part of my kitchen. I'm actually worried that my whole house is going to be completely totaled.
Don't believe me? Here is proof.
Walk through the district of Xiongwan. You'll be sure to see this, containers, jars, drums, all full of dried fish products, a Chinese delicacy. But there is such a tremendous appetite for one particular organ, it's created a black market. Now, this is the bladder of the totoaba. It's a fish which only exists in the Gulf of California. It's also endangered and therefore illegal to sell in Hong Kong. But when CNN went undercover posing as Chinese tourists, what we found was alarming. The vendor you see here on this video told our team that he could get his hands on totoaba bladder to, quote, make you more beautiful for an estimated cost of $100,000. And there's an even ugly...
Okay, so Chinese people are stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. SV donated $3. Dog confuse. Oh. It's a good dog. Oh. Oh my goodness. What's that dog doing over there? Oh.
Kermit the Frog is Jim Henson. Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here, right? And then Frank Oz is Fozzie Bear. Ah, waka waka waka, right in there. And if you take Kermit the Frog and bring it down, it becomes John C. Reilly. Did you touch my drum set? And then if you add some air to it, it becomes Mark Ruffalo. I see this as an absolute win. And you bring it down even more.
They say you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. But I don't plan on dying anytime soon. I always thought I was special enough to be a hero. But no matter how hard I try, people always think that I'm the bad guy. So maybe that's what I'm fixing. I am.
That is not funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Nigga, just jerk off stream in your bedroom, then come back to the stream. Nobody wants to watch this garbage, that's why you have no viewership. Also, why are black people so obsessed with poop and shit? You had an E. coli infection in your knee too.
I don't know. Are black people obsessed with poop and shit? Isn't it like Germans that are into shit? Like the weird German Scheiser porn? I don't know. I don't know who the poop... I don't know who all the poop watchers are. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Does poop remind you of the mud huts your ancestors lived in? I don't get why you're such a retarded, immature fucktard and obsessed with getting E. coli infections and sniffing and eating Pat's dirty butthole. Like you're so obsessed with poop, it's disgusting.
No, it has nothing to do with reminding me of mud huts. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
It's an unimaginable amount of suffering spared. I'm really trying to emphasize Fast Action Network's effectiveness.
Okay,
because there's less
that's
than
great.
50 people participating yet. So anyone here dedicating just 5 minutes a day can have a huge impact.
Sure, do that. Okay, great. Thanks for the donation.
But more importantly, they are killing off the Wiki2 at the 0.51 mark.
Walk through the district of Xiongwan, you'll be sure to see this. The vaquita, it's a small dolphin-like mammal, is getting caught in fishing nets where they are drowned. It is now...
Yeah, that's bad. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
This insurance company is refusing to pay me. I can't afford to get the roof on and fix it, and this is crazy. This has not happened before. There's water dripping through my kitchen ceiling. There's water dripping through that seam behind the chimney. I don't know if I'm going to have to try to get up there as soon as it stops raining and put even more tarps up there. This is really, really bad. There used to be water coming in by that window, and there still is. There's some water on the floor there that's coming through that seam on that side of the house. Holy crap. You hear how much water is flowing in that ceiling? That water is pouring in, man. Look at that. Oh my God.
This has to be deliberate. He must be like, that has to be deliberate. Like, what is he doing? Frank's a fucking idiot.
So I just got...
How is he this stupid?
Finished adding a few new products to the Foods website. And if you guys didn't know, FrankiesFreeRangeFoods.com has a bunch of non-perishable stuff that we just can't put on the meat website. It's too much to organize. It would be way too cluttered. There's just so many unique and creative products that I've come up with. We've kind of had to separate it into 2 websites, but you can see kind of like the latest and greatest 24 products we have right when you open the front page. So at the top, we have our new launch of the raw honey glucose, which we had a few years ago. Then we have a bunch of different meat products, the jerky, the biltong, pemmican, meat granola, as well as the marrow oil, just some special stuff. And then we have a few new unique things that are kind of random here and there. The original best bars, the cattle chips, the soft dried apples, our vanilla extract, or at least our take on vanilla extract, organic raw honey, and our cinnamon oatmeal. And then the third row is all organic candy products that I don't make myself yet. I can't make myself, that I've gotten from a local organic distributor that I like, especially, for kids, or if you have cravings a few times. So we're here at the Lackawanna County Courthouse. I've spent the better part of 2 years. I guess we can't avoid any construction noise today, but I've spent the better part of 2 years filing all these lawsuits, and some of them are defaulted. I served the complaint on the defendant. They didn't respond to the lawsuit. I entered to default. They did not respond to the entering of the default. So then I filed a motion for default judgment. And there are cases that have been filed against me that followed this exact same civil procedure that were granted the motion for default. However, I just spoke to a judge today. I submitted.
So apparently, well, there's a lot of reasons why they might not necessarily grant you default. Some of it has to do with the potential for fraud. So if Frank is just mailing a bunch of random people, never make sure that they get any of the court documents or something where they're being notified that they're being sued or anything like that. Well, imagine how easy that would be to, force somebody to pay you money, right? All you have to do is, send them some package, they never see it. You could even commit, mail fraud in some way, where you just send them an empty package with nothing in it, they throw it out, and then you say, oh, well, Your Honor, I sent them the mail, with no proof that they actually received anything. So that's probably why a lot of these things are getting thrown out. On top of that, he also probably has some of the dumbest fucking civil claims imaginable, where he has zero proof that he was actually wronged in any way, that he lost any money, and he needs to be recuperated back those expenses. So yeah, no shit.
This document explaining, hey, there's 5 default motions in these cases. It's been months. Why haven't you ruled on them? And then here's the proof of service for those cases, for the summons, the complaint, the entering of the default, and they just don't allow pro se litigants to participate in the court system. So I either have to appeal or file a lawsuit against the state of Pennsylvania and the county of Lackawanna explaining, hey, I have followed the civil procedure. They are refusing to acknowledge me as a pro se litigant and acknowledge my motions for default. So you think that doing all this work, learning how the court system works, filing these lawsuits, filing these motions, there is no legitimacy to any of it. You can do the exact same thing that a lawyer does, and the judge will not grant you the default. There's no reason for him not to. He's literally not allowed to ignore this default judgment, but he won't give it to me. And as I have stated, I've had people file lawsuits against me, against my different businesses. They did the exact same thing. They mailed me the
Yeah, because you were in the fucking lawsuit.
complaint.
Dude, this happened with his fucking old business partner. Adam whatever. He was he actually showed up to some of the court dates. There was clearly an acknowledgement that he knew what was going on. He just ended up not bothering to pay any lawyers or showing up to any of his court dates, and then they gave him the default judgment. Same thing happened with the Paul Saladino case. He had a lawyer initially. He was part of the whole lawsuit. He knew what was going on, and then again, he just decided not to pay his lawyer, not show up, and then Paul was granted a fucking default judgment. Those are totally different fucking circumstances, whereas if you're just mailing random people all across the fucking country, and there's no evidence that any of them have any fucking idea a lawsuit's going on. And either they ignore you or they never even got the mail in the first place. Yeah, you can't just say, oh, this person owes me $500,000 fucking dollars. He never responded to any of the shit I mailed to him. You can't fucking do that.
I couldn't or didn't respond. They entered the default, and then the motion for default was granted the day it was filed in the courthouse. You know what the judge said? Please consult an attorney. And you know what that's language for? We don't acknowledge pro se litigants, and pro se litigants have never been allowed to actually participate in this court system. You're just the one guy that was smart enough to figure it out, and we're not going to let you
Yeah, right. As if he's smart enough to figure anything out. Oh my god, he's so stupid.
participate. So, I mean, at this point, the only thing I can do is file a lawsuit against the county and explain this, because the procedure was followed. Like, he can't say, oh, you have to serve the complaint again, you have to enter the default again, because I did that already. There's no point in repeating that process. There was nothing wrong done from a civil procedural perspective. Actually, there was something wrong done. Me not shelling out 20 grand for a lawyer and 20 grand for the opposition's lawyer, you know? The problem is I didn't give the court system money that I don't have. So go figure. If you guys
Paying for a lawyer doesn't give money to the court system, you idiot.
guys can please share this video and support me. I don't know what to do at this point. I didn't think I'd have to go public with this, but I kind of expected it, you know? I didn't.
Frank is just one of the most deranged, hilarious individuals I've ever fucking seen in my life. It's just incredible. Dodo donated $2.
If you ever run into a snow leopard in the wild, don't panic. They look tough, but honestly, they're kind of just fluffy. Their fur can be up to 6 centimeters long, basically like wearing a super puffy winter.
I'm just gonna mute it because it's annoying. They're very fuzzy. Oh my goodness, why are they so silly? I think I want one of these silly kitties. Oh my god, they're so silly. I want one of these silly guys. Oh, look at his paws. Oh my god, they're silly. Wow. So nice and silly. They remind me of Gum Gum. Oh, wow. Oh, those are good silly kitties. Oh my goodness. What is this gay shit?
This war in Iran, unless the polling has changed, is like the most unpopular war the United States has entered in the past several decades.
No, nobody cares.
Like, I don't know what Israel thinks is going to happen with their relationship with the United States in the future, but they are fomenting so much bad will in the U.S.
Doesn't the polling data literally show, like, nobody cares?
Every single person in the United States, or a lot of people in the U.S., are probably looking at Trump, and then they're looking at Netanyahu in Israel, and they're like, why the f*** are we here? And this isn't helped at all by the fact that the Trump admin, unless I've missed it, hasn't given us a good reason for why we're at war with Iran. Everybody knows that Netanyahu hates Iran. Like, that's what it feels like to me. That's my read on it, is that Netanyahu basically sold to Trump. Wouldn't you?
Like, it's obvious why this is going on. Like, he's smart enough to know. I think this is just grifting horse shit.
Want to be the dude that took out the Ayatollah? Wouldn't that be based in epic? And Trump was like, hey, hell yeah.
He's got to know better. There's just no chance. There's something you would do for sure. What is this? That's not self-defense. Yeah, that's not self-defense. Yeah, holy fuck. Bro, that guy couldn't even swing. Glad I didn't show that on stream. Wasn't like bloody or anything, but You never know.
We're here at a port in Mexico on our way to Cuba. We're loading this boat behind me with tons of
I definitely wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not like some unhinged fucking idiot.
aid in the form of solar panels, medical supplies, and food. This is part of the Nostra America convoy where hundreds of thousands of people have donated, have mobilized.
This is just complete fucking load of horse shit.
How old are you? Oh, I see. You don't want to answer because you're an anonymous internet user and that's your private life. Well, guess what? It's not going to be private much longer. By January 1st, 2027,
Age verification law for all operating systems? What the fuck?
Your operating system will need to know how old you are to connect to apps and websites on the internet. While you were focused on the Epstein...
This is dystopian. Holy crap.
Do an impression of Greta Thunberg trying to defend China from criticism for being responsible for such a cute little marine mammal as the vaquita.
How dare you! How dare you kill a small dolphin-looking thing? You are destroying our childhoods, our future. How dare you? There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm gonna squeeze VG's ass cheeks if nobody ends up checking out Fast Action after donating $15.
Okay, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Poe.
Stop skipping each half of each Frank Shorts.
I wasn't. Thanks for the donation, M.
files and all the arrests the government was making, your technocratic leaders around the world were all simultaneously busy with a new hobby: age verification laws.
How's your new computer doing? Oh, good. Yeah, I like it.
Age verification is nothing new. Every time you want to support indie filmmakers or play games like GTA 6, you need to lie on an age verification form like this. But that will soon become a thing of the past because age verification is moving down to the operating system level. That means anytime you get a new computer or phone, Windows, Mac OS, Android, or Linux will be legally required to collect your age. And not just that, but they also must provide an API where developers can query your age as the primary source of truth for access control on apps and websites. It's yet another big win for big tech, but luckily a hero has emerged: a single new Linux conversion script that says this aggression will not stand.
This will not stand. This will not stand, this aggression.
In today's video, you'll learn about ageless Linux and the battle.
Chiseled Nipples donated $2.
If you wasn't a boxer, what sport you think you'll play very well outside of boxing?
If I wasn't a boxer, I'd be a criminal. But I don't like any other sports but fighting.
I'd be a criminal. Like if you wasn't.
Yeah, he's not lying.
Everybody I ever fought feels like. Why you stuck? Why you paralyzed? What's going on? What's happening? Oh, you can't move, you're stuck, your whole body's paralyzed.
How did you feel about the guys you were in the ring with?
I wanted to kill them.
Well, I can tell. Why did, I'm laughing nervously. You really felt that way? Yeah. So when you knocked him out, you were satisfied, happy?
Oh, I don't even want to say it. Yeah, kind of, yeah.
What don't you want to say?
It wasn't enough. I was disappointed. I wanted to hit them so hard that it would kill their children, that their great-grandchildren would die of cancer because I hit them so hard. I just wanted to annihilate their entire existence and make them feel the hurt and pain that I've had inside me in my entire life and ball it all up into one punch and just murder their entire existence and all of their family, wipe out their entire bloodline.
It wasn't good enough. At that time in my life, it wasn't good enough.
You wanted to keep going?
Yeah. I wanted to crush his spirit. I don't want him to ever think he could beat me.
How did you feel about...
Based. I like Mike. Aside from not being vegan, you know, but that's everybody.
No, I meant defending China itself from criticism from people attacking it for killing the Vikita because China pays her.
Oh, okay. How dare you? China has a rich, ancient history. How dare you be racist to China for killing an endangered species when Israel is killing an endangered species with this genocide in Gaza? They're killing off brown Arabs. How dare you support Israel's genocide and attack China? There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
No more Frank to watch.
Yes, we still have Frank to watch. Okay, we just got donated other videos to react to. Okay, thanks for the donation, James.
Hey, did you hear that Canada is having serious border problems?
Across the border in British Columbia, up in Canada.
Yeah, people have sent me that cat. I know about the border crossing cat. Thanks for the donation, even now. Yeah, people were linking that to me last stream.
Against OS level age verification. It is March 20th, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. Back in October 2025, the Digital Age Assurance Act was passed into law in California, and it makes it a legal requirement to collect a user's age on any general purpose operating system. And that puts the primary responsibility on Apple, Microsoft, and yes, Linux. Now, of course, this happened in California with every single lawmaker voting for it, and of course, the reason to take away your privacy is to, quote, protect the children. As a parent, I'm all about protecting children, but parental control is already a solved problem. It's trivial for parents to monitor and control the content their kids consume, and OS level age verification won't change anything, so what is it really all about? Well, the end game here is to turn every device you own into something that only works when you log in and prove who you are. Your cell phone, your Wi-Fi router, and your smart toilet won't work unless, of course, you've age verified with your Apple, Facebook, or Google account. Once everything is connected and authenticated, it creates a system where every action, from browsing the internet to grabbing a beer from your smart fridge, can be tracked by default.
Yeah, that would be pretty annoying.
In other words, it's just a Trojan horse for mass surveillance. On top of that, it creates a compliance moat for these big tech companies that hurts small developers and only benefits the massive corporations. Meta spent millions of dollars lobbying in California to pass this law, with OpenAI as a co-sponsor.
I'm pretty sure Palestinians are a race, not a species. It does not matter, though, they're still subhuman regardless.
Yeah, you know, it's just a joke, Dodo. Don't overthink it. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Apple and Microsoft are just chilling on the sidelines as indirect beneficiaries, but the Linux...
The guy who's the CEO of Apple is a weird-looking guy. Kind of reminds me of a lesbian I knew.
I thought of something. If a pro-life person justifies not being vegan because humans have more value than animals, then they should be fine with a vegan saying they aren't pro-life because sentient beings have more value than non-sentient fetuses.
I see it.
What the fuck is that I'm hearing?
A ghost.
Was that from Discord? Oh, I think that was Discord. Let me just replay that.
I thought of something. If a pro-life person justifies not being vegan because humans have more value than animals, then they should be fine with a vegan saying they aren't pro-life because sentient beings have more value than non-sentient fetuses.
That doesn't necessarily logically follow in either case, but thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
But the Linux community has mostly been silent and confused, except for this one chaos agent called Ageless Linux. It's a new distro, or actually no, it's just a script that is vowed to violate all age verification laws, even though violating the law is against the law. To get started breaking the law yourself, all you have to do is run this script on any Debian-based distro, like Ubuntu or Kali Linux. This script will modify the OS release metadata about your system. Then it will install some documentation telling the state of California that we will not comply with AB 1043. It'll then deploy an age verification API that doesn't work. Congratulations, you just became an operating system provider. Legally, you are a person who controls the operating system software. If a child uses this operating system, you are required by...
I swear Trump is just trolling PPA. Yesterday Trump said that USA was winding down operations and lefties were like, USA has lost. 1 hour ago he posted that if Iran doesn't reopen the strait in 48 hours he will blow the shit out of their power plants.
Yeah, he's probably just... Trump's like dumb. Don't listen to anything Trump says. Kind of just think of what would make the most sense, and then just expect Trump will do that, at least when it comes to geopolitics. Because if you listen to what the guy says, it would be just the most nonsensical horseshit you've ever fucking seen in your life. Thanks for the donation, though, eh? Smash you on your fucking head, donate $2. If your boyfriend can't bench 225, you're dating a female, by the way. Did this guy unironically... Okay, well, he probably shouldn't have posted that. What is going on with the cringe-ass fucking teenage kids trying to bench more than they can?
Section 1798.501, subsection A, clause 1, to provide an accessible interface at account setup that collects their age. Unfortunately, add user in Linux does not do this, so you could be fined $7,500 for any child in California who uses your operating system. When I was a kid growing up in California, the internet was a utopia of anonymity, but sadly, my kids won't even be able to use the internet without being first approved by big tech bouncers. On the bright side though, at least my kids will be able to write way better code than I ever could in the future, thanks to awesome tools like CodeRabbit, the sponsor of today's video. It's already the best.
Well, California's dumb.
So the weather here in northeastern PA has really just been torrential rainstorm after torrential rainstorm, and the guy that was supposed to help me do my roof, like his truck broke down, it's been delayed another few weeks, and we probably had the worst windstorm we've had last week, and it's just torrential downpour, and there's water coming in parts of my house that it has not come in before, and I'm just so upset. Like, this insurance company refused to pay me because they refused to pay the initial claim. I was unable to afford to get the roof on, and because there's no roof on the house, every single ceiling in the house is destroyed. There's water coming in everywhere. It's just horrendous. Thankfully, the
What was the whole reason in the first place for getting his roof like taken off to begin with?
Remediation company felt bad for me, and he brought over the dehumidifiers for me to use as long as I need them. So we're back in that remediation set up, which is probably like a $2,000 a month electric bill, which I can't afford to pay anyway. So who cares at this point? This was the main thing that scared me. It lined up a little bit, but you could still see there's water dripping in through my kitchen cabinet seam. So, you know, in addition to having to replace all the ceilings in the house, we probably have to rip out all the cabinets and redo all of that ceiling too. If all that ceiling has to get ripped up, I'm probably gonna need a whole new kitchen at this rate. If all the drywall and all the ceilings behind the cabinetry is compromised, which it probably is because there's probably a ton of water in there. This is where water is dripping in now. This has not happened before, which had me really worried. So it's kind of dark in here because I'm trying to save on my electric bill, and the lighting in here isn't that great anyway, which makes it kind of hard to tell where the water's coming in. But you can see there's discoloration on the ceiling, which means basically all of the ceiling has some type of water damage. And by this chimney area, I don't want to know how bad it is in there. This insurance company might be buying me a new house if the court system wasn't so crooked. So yeah, that stream of water there is coming in from that windowsill. I gotta get a...
Hey VG. I know there's the issue with your address getting leaked online. Obviously the window lickers are not gonna show up. But promise me, if one of them do show up, you'll smash them on their fucking head and get it on camera. I'd pay to see that.
Well, if things do have to go that far, probably better for me for it to not be on camera. You know. On account of everything can and will be used against you in a court of law, so I'll probably avoid doing that. But thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
Let me put a towel over there to at least stop the flow somewhat. This seems kind of hopeless. I'm gonna literally take pictures of this and start putting flyers all around their insurance company office because this is crazy. No one should have to live.
Dodo Donate Tellers, this woman always comes around to sabotage Democrats every election cycle. She's about 2 years early this time. Oh, Jill Stein. Oh my god. Dude. Listen to Iran. Do whatever they want. Like... Bro, what a useless bitch. Also, this is supposed to make you hate USA, haha. Gross. Why did you fucking send me that?
Like this. So we got one commercial dehumidifier in here, which is all I have for the house right now. Maybe I should move one of them, but it's really bad. So looks like that one I tipped over when I was moving the hose. So up here in the attic is 2 dehumidifiers.
You know, I have a funny feeling like there's going to be some kind of electrical short or something's going to get too hot or something, and then he's going to set his own fucking house on fire. I have a funny feeling.
Yeah, that hose was... I pulled that hose too tight, I must have knocked it down. I need some more of that hose. So we got 2 commercial dehumidifiers up here. What does that number say? Is it in the 70s or 80s? When I turned these on, they were in the 90s, which is really bad. And in a day, should have the humidity down to 35 up here, and then just keep sucking all the water out. I don't know if I should move one further over there. I don't know if that matters, or if they're going to be able to just suck all the humidity out of the attic just in one position.
but that's 2 dehumidifiers up there. And then in here, where the water...
What the fuck are all these power tools?
Where the water is absolutely pouring in. We got water pouring in there, water pouring in there like bad. That's the worst it's ever been.
Because remember the other day I said people are posting pictures of ugly babies on Twitter saying wow look what Israel and the US did. That happened again. I'm sorry I had to expose you to that, but my god, they are just making an excellent case for more bombing.
Yeah, if Israel's getting rid of ugly babies like that. True. I ain't getting mad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I got a dehumidifier in here, which isn't doing it.
Dude, like, only a fucktard. Only a fucktard could live like this. How does that, like, this never happens to a normal fucking person.
Anything really right now, because it says it's only 42 in here, which obviously isn't correct if there's water everywhere. It's got to pull all the water out of the air, and then it'll start evaporating the water on the ground. And then in here, there's another new spot. The water's pouring in. I walked in here for a second. I was like, oh, at least there's...
Wait, what does that say in the box?
There's another new spot.
WAN line? What's WAN line? Oh, I think it's just furniture. Drop you on your fucking head, donate $2.
I'll drop you on your fucking head!
Yeah. Okay, I get it. Alright, I get it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Water's pouring in. I walked in here for a second. I was like, oh, at least there's no water in here. But no, there's water dripping right through the ceiling there. You can see it dripping right there, down, all on top of my tanning bed.
If he's still living in the same house, you know, in the next year or two, you want to bet he's gonna like claim he has some like new set of health issues because the water that got into his home created mold, and now he's like dying from the mold that he's exposed to or something. You want to bet?
I hope I get I mean, I wish this court system was legitimate. I have no faith whatsoever. They're probably just gonna laugh at me until I post pictures of what they did to my house all over the town. Then they might change their mind. So we got all the hoses running out, but I gotta close this garage after I show you guys. This paper is just not meant to take this much torrential rain for months and months and months. For the first month or two, it was okay. It was keeping the water out, but it's been, you know, a full horrendous winter here in northeastern PA, all the ice, all the wind. I'm surprised it hasn't been worse. But at this point, a lot of the tar paper has become compromised, and the sheathing, cover paper, it's just a torrential downpour of water everywhere. What I should have really done, if I got those thick green tarps on every part.
This guy has, like, I just can't get over how this guy has supposedly a health and nutrition YouTube channel, and the amount of videos this guy has made talking about how, like, my eye surgery didn't go well, I'm still cross-eyed, I got into another car accident, they're not giving me enough money, or, an HVAC guy tried to rip me off, the roof on my house, what the fuck's going on with this shit now? Like, over and over and over again, these, like, weird fucking personal financial problems. Like, I swear it's the majority of his fucking content at this point.
Part of the roof, which I should have done, I would have been okay, but I didn't realize it was going to be this bad. So, I mean, I can either get more tarps tomorrow and try to tarp up the rest of the roof completely, or I can get some, like, sheets of felt and go between the purlins again, but that's probably a bad idea. I'm probably better off just getting just getting sheets of I'm just probably just better off getting tarps and covering up the whole roof, because to roll, you don't want to go over the purlins because you have to step on them to do the roof, and it's not going to help waterproof it anyway. It's just going to make it really slippery. But I don't know. Yeah, I was assuming when the ice and snow stopped, it would be fine enough for us to do the roof, but this guy had some other issues with his truck, and I don't know, he can't make it to help me finish and get the roof on, so I don't know what to do.
I think that's code for I found some guy on Craigslist who agreed to do it for $500.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that could have been done if I knew it was going to be this bad. I could have
Frank is becoming a Daniel Larson tier lolco at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure when he finally has his mental break and he just completely snaps and goes crazy, he may be just as good, if not worse. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
put like even more layers of felt and tarp on the house before I put the wood down. But, you know, I thought we were putting the wood down and then he was going to come and do the roof as soon as the wood was down, but that didn't happen. So I don't know if this is recoverable. I mean, like, the amount of damage done to this house is probably over 6 figures now. It's really bad. It went from really just being maybe like a few ceilings on the floor. Like maybe a few ceilings on the floor, which would have been like 30,000, to well over 6 figures. Because, you know, every month of this weather is basically $5,000 to $10,000 in damage to your house until the whole house is destroyed. So I don't know what they plan on doing, if they plan on just paying off the judge and getting away with it in court, but I mean, what am I supposed to do? I got about 1,000 flyers. I'm going to hire people to put flyers up around the insurance agency and hand out flyers in town and make people aware of what they're doing, and
oh my God,
hopefully get some help. I don't know what to do at this point. The whole house is destroyed. Any contractor would come and give you a quote for $100,000. It's comical. The dickhead adjuster sent me a letter saying, "Oh, you need to provide." He's like still trying to, like, we're 2 months into a lawsuit and he's still trying to send me letters about verifying the claim, as if they ever planned on paying me. You can get any contractor in here, any single one of them, and they will say $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 to do.
So this is what it is. He's admitting it. This was all planned. So it's another one of his insurance scam things. He is what? According to that lawsuit with American Express, he's got something like $350,000 worth of credit card debt. So he's literally saying, "Oh, you can get anyone in here to tell me oh, they owe me $80,000, $90,000, $100,000." So he thinks he can get money for doing this shit. Oh my God, dude. This guy is retarded.
to fix everything that needs to be fixed. Just the cost of the insulation in the attic is insane now. It's like almost $10,000 just for the insulation costs, for that volume of insulation, to suck it out, to put in new insulation. The labor and man hours and paint for the drywall of every ceiling in the house is insane. The mold remediation, the flooring, all the floor needs to be replaced because the water pouring from the ceiling onto the floor in the living room, all that's warped and destroyed. This whole house is fucking destroyed. And they censor and shadow ban my videos on YouTube when I'm trying to get help, because I'm exposing what these evil people have done to me and other, I don't know, maybe it's just me, to be honest. I can't imagine they deny other claims like this. Surely you'd hear about them. It's fucking crazy. Well,
leave the dehumidifiers running another month or two. Hopefully that helps. I mean, the rain's got to stop, and then maybe like 2 or 3 days. I don't even know if at this point, with that level of water damage and how much water has come in, if the dehumidifiers can even suck it out.
Dodo Donate Tellers, why are they unsanctioning Iranian oil? U.S. to allow Iran to get $14 billion in oil revenue. This huge financial concession to Iran by U.S. First time U.S. is buying Iranian oil, blah, blah, blah. I have no idea. Might have something to do with oil prices or some shit. Who the fuck knows? You need to think twice about Florida VG. Watch this.
Across the country, the National Rental Home Council pinpoints the highest concentrations of complaints in states like Georgia, Florida, and Texas. One such case was from Patty Peoples in Jacksonville, Florida, who found out the hard way that squatters had broken in and taken over one of her investment properties.
I called 911, and as I'm describing to the officer that there may be somebody that had broken and entered into my house, out walks a young woman, and she said, well, I rented this property yesterday. It only got worse.
I own this house.
It doesn't matter.
Yes. You do not.
The police officer told me, I will arrest you if you do this again. They have the right to privacy. I cannot tell you the frustration I
can't be kicked out.
You can't turn off the
squatter shit is fucking crazy. I'm surprised Florida hasn't come up with robust laws against some of that stuff. But yeah, the weird laws they have with, like, I can understand protecting renters, but I mean the rights that squatters have is just crazy. If you never signed a fucking contract with somebody, then like how the fuck can you just break into their house and then say I'm a tenant? I don't understand how the fuck. Just appeal the law where you have to have some kind of, you know, contract where you're renting out the place. Because, like, that's just so fucked that you can just break into somebody's house and then say that you have legal tenancy. Also watch this. Let me see.
Have we just seen the most embarrassing intelligence failure Russia has suffered in years? That's the question tonight after investigative group The Insider revealed how a secret Russian unit known as Center 795 allegedly ran assassinations and covert operations abroad, but was exposed in a remarkably simple way. One of its agents used Google Translate. According to the investigation, that allowed the FBI to read their communications in real time. So how did a supposedly untraceable elite unit unravel so easily? And what does this tell us about Russia's modern espionage? Let's find out with
and separated
Okay,
their future.
whatever. Not particularly interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I mean, if I'm gonna maybe go buy some more tarps tomorrow, I'm just not physically able to. I'm really sick. I can barely get out of bed most days. I can't get up on the roof and fix this myself. So, and on top of that, I was gonna make a video, a going out of business video next week, but that's a whole different story. It's just one thing after another. All these cocksuckers are literally laughing at me while stealing my ideas, living in $5 million houses. It's absolutely fucking crazy. The last 3 claims on my business didn't pay me. I still don't have a personal vehicle since October, and this claim is since November. These insurance companies, I'm sure these insurance companies must be going bankrupt, and a lot of people are going to go bankrupt if they can't pay out when they have actual disasters like this. It's fucking crazy.
So this sounds like a scam that he's trying to run so that he can get insurance money so that he can stay afloat for long enough. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. From riches to rags.
Yep, that's me. I just wasted the last year of my life trying to start an online business and doing self-improvement habits. I thought it would work and I'd get to become a digital shifter board pretending to business. The only thing I can do is one girl who newly blocked that first video.
Okay. Seems like ever since that thing happened with his friend, he's gone downhill. Like, after he got exposed for being a fake natty, literally lied like some, like, crazy fucking teenage mean girl and shit. It looks like he's not doing as well as he was before. I don't know who the fuck would listen to this, like, dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I've got to, like, wash my face. My ears in particular are, like, really fucking oily. It's irritating the fuck out of me. I'll be back in a minute. I just got to wash my ears and my face. All right. Much better. My face is no longer gross and oily, including my ears. That was kind of annoying. Ugh. Dodo, donate $2. Watch this video.
Stay with me. So a state actor, let's say Russia, will identify an issue, let's say immigration. They'll find a user with an opinion they want to elevate. Let's call the user Freedom First 1234. They post a tweet, the campaign amplifies it, so they send a bunch of accounts to like the post. Not like 5 times, but like 5,000 times. When a post is amplified, the algorithm assigns it a higher value and then shares it to a larger audience outside of their followers. This manufactured amplification both creates the illusion of public consensus and has the potential to achieve more influence. For a while now, US intelligence has been tracking these campaigns, which Russia, China, and Iran deny waging. And in some cases, the US government has shut down these campaigns. But it's getting harder now.
Hey Toby, are those Oreos you're eating? Let's watch some DurianRiders. Look how much nicer. Australia is much better to live than Canada.
Yeah, Oreos. Good old golden double stuff, because why not? You know what I've noticed? Since I've been on Anavar, my forearms, like, look and feel bigger. I swear Anavar did that. Like, it's weird. I can feel it constantly. My forearms, like, constantly feel pumped up. Yeah, those are kangaroos. This is a cat. Yeah, my cat likes Oreos. He actually likes bread. He literally tried to steal Isaac's loaf of bread. He jumped up onto the counter, grabbed the loaf of bread, tried to run into my room with it, and Isaac had to chase him to get his bread back. Stole the entire loaf. He wanted it all for himself because he's a good kitty. Says, that's my bread. Yeah, you love bread, don't you, Gum Gum? My God, he's so soft. Friggin' love him. You're so good. Yeah, so that's Australia.
Frank know his monthly cash flow? He should learn slide rules. How much liquidity has Frank?
I don't think he has, like, practically any liquid cash at this point. Like, practically none. He's talked about not being able to pay, like, any of his fucking bills. He was even panicking because he was worried he wouldn't even be able to ship out orders from his website, so... But I don't know how much revenue he's bringing in. I have no idea. Clearly not enough. Thanks for that donation, though, James. Well, that's what he does. Chases after girls that are maybe a little too young for him. Thanks for the donation, 21st. As long as nobody's getting hurt, I don't think there's a problem.
Are state actors now outsourcing this work?
Yeah, I mean, one of the major trends we see is turning towards commercial firms to further hide their hand.
This man, a musician in Baltimore, was hired to organize a protest, having no idea it was funded by a pro-Beijing PR firm, according to a cybersecurity firm owned by Google.
Felt like no different than any other thing I was contracted for. You know, go to this event, get some info, take some photos, get some video, do some transcribing.
While the Chinese government denied any involvement, Google's cybersecurity firm says it was part of a broader campaign, including placing stories on American media sites with the goal to promote Chinese government interests. So I wanted to know how to spot these campaigns in my own social feed, and so I reached out to the head of intelligence at Graphica. This is a group that investigates these campaigns. He showed me a Telegram channel that was full of AI agents that they traced back to one network. Tyler, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
I have to start by telling you your reports terrify me.
Thanks. They're a lot of fun to write, and they're sometimes terrifying for us too.
Can we see some of the posts?
I've tried the Reese's Oreos. Do they have that? Fuck. I haven't even heard of these. No. Not even heard of these. Oh. Do you guys see this? Wow, special baby. I love gummies so much. Are these like a thing? Yeah, I have not seen these.
Responses that your team has dug up that you know is AI generated?
Yeah, of course. These channels themselves that somebody owns are just being targeted by malign actors trying to spread messages. We have new Epstein documents drop, and you'll see the timestamp here, 9:25 a.m. What you see here are 4 comments, all with the same timestamp.
What are the chances that everyone has their perfectly grammatically correct paragraph at the exact same time responding?
Yeah, exactly that.
As I read these comments, you know, the language is good.
Well, we already know they're doing this.
Nah, bro, girls chase him. This, then read the comments.
Why doesn't he just shave his head at this point? Well, yeah.
Today's video, how to get a lean stomach, flat stomach, trim.
Check.
Yeah.
Okay. How to do that?
Yeah.
This is all gonna be shit mentioning that that's her dad. Gorgeous, she's gorgeous and perfect, no visible abs, but her legs are incredibly strong. Looks like Rolf Harris is alive, well in Adelaide. I don't know who the fuck that is. You're the coach. Enjoy it while you still can. Man of culture. We call him creepy sometimes, but give him credit, he keeps himself in ridiculous shape. None of these are interesting.
Well, it's all about your nutrition, you know, because if you look at us, we're lean, slim, all year long, okay? Obviously, if Michelle had, like, stomach like mine, that wouldn't be good, because it's like her estrogen would be too low. Now, whereas I'm a guy, you know, we can run different hormone levels, so crashed. And that.
Yeah, I was still surprised how lazy he is when he has sex. Weirdly lazy. I'm really not into just having a girl just do whatever while I lay back. Really not into it, so when I see dudes doing that, I'm like, how's that even enjoyable? But, you know, Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Harrison?
Yeah, I can hear you, but my mic is all.
No, you sound all right just now. Harrison, I'm going to give Piers the go-ahead. We're going to try and do this, okay?
If I heard somebody's voice like that, I'd think I'm being trolled.
All right, let's run it.
Let's run it.
Right, let's run this, yeah?
We're starting now. You're going to hear Piers.
Production, I can hear you, but I can't see.
Here we go. Look at the camera, Harrison.
Again, I've had many
where's
memorable
Piers?
clashes with it.
You'll hear. Can you hear him?
Blurred line, being celebrating men, but also hating women. Also spoken and written a lot about how the manosphere influencers have filled a very real vacuum of male role models. They've given many young men.
The difference between dropping and smashing someone on their fucking head is, with dropping someone, you are strictly relying on Earth's gravity to inflict damage. When you smash someone, you are applying more force than gravity. Smash them on their head.
I don't know what the math is with that. Falls from very small heights can do a lot of damage to your head, like a fuck ton. Just tipping over on a motorcycle or a bicycle can kill you. If you just fall over, you don't like reach your hands out and you just hit your head, that can kill you. So you really don't need to apply much downward force at all, if any, to really seriously fuck somebody up if you drop them on their head. Thanks for the donation, though. Smash you on your fucking head.
An outlet for their frustrations about a culture which they think talks them down and blames them for everything, even as they become poorer, lonelier, dumber by every available measure. In my view, the likes of Andrew Tate have not always wielded their huge influence responsibly. I've told him that to his face multiple times.
Yeah.
Coming to you now, Harrison.
The real problems they've exploited. Louis Theroux's new documentary, Inside the Manosphere on Netflix, puts a different spin on things. Many believe it's a cultural watershed. Instead of the brainstorming hubris and bullish ambition we've come to expect, the stars of the show are depicted as shallow, insincere money grabbers whose only real motivation seems to be social media clout. There's no doubt that many young men find all these people highly entertaining. That's Harrison Sullivan, better known as HS Tiki-Toki, who joins me now.
Hello, Piers.
What do I call you? Do I call you Harrison? Do I call you HS? Do I call you Tiki-Toki?
Even falling on your ass can give you brain inflammation like a microconcussion? I didn't know that. Jeez. It's kind of fucking insane how our head and brain is so fucking fragile.
What do I call you?
You can call me anything. Whatever you'd like. Harrison, HS, whatever you feel more comfortable with, Piers.
Let me call you Harrison, because your mother calls you Harrison, right?
Yes.
So look, I'll be honest, I didn't know who you were until about 2 weeks ago. When I was
Piers, sorry, I'd really like to see your beautiful face while I'm talking to you. I can't see you.
Okay.
Don't worry, we'll try and fix
your
it.
face, so we're good. We'll try and fix it so you can also see mine.
Harrison, can you hear me? You should be able to see Piers.
I mean, I can see a picture of him, but not his. I can see a picture of him, but not him live.
That Piers when we cut the feed to line.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, coming back to you now.
Cool.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, and I can see you. I can't hear you now, bro. This is really amateur. I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me now or not?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, let's just pick it up. I'm just curious why you did the show. Did you not know Louis?
Heard if you put drugs up your butt, they work better. Depends on what you mean by better. They can literally kill you if you put them up your butt because of the rate of absorption and shit like that. Like alcohol is a really good example of that.
through? Did you think it would be something else? Are you pleased with the way you came over?
So
I've actually wondered if putting oral steroids up your butt would make the steroids work better. Because I know with Anavar, you can take it sublingually. It's very easily absorbed sublingually. I don't know if you just get a better effect from the drug if you put it up your ass, or I don't know if it would maybe damage your intestines just because of the way the steroid works. I have no fucking clue. 21st, only $2 next stream. Use one of the thumbnails I made for you. I worked hard on those, you ungrateful N-word slave. Also, he looks like Charles Manson, doesn't he? I mean, if Charles Manson was on steroids and worked out a bit, yeah. Kinda. Does Charles Manson have a few girlfriends now? I can't remember. Like, he is a serial killer, so I'm sure he's gotten plenty of pussy. Keep the music on. Yeah, he's running.
Still ripped, always. I can guarantee your best weight loss results in terms of social media careers. I can guarantee that. It sounds corny, it sounds outlandish, but why can I guarantee that? It's because I just have the experience, right? And I have the resume. Here's a question that makes me sound really arrogant. Is there anyone on social media you know who's built more careers from ground zero, 0 subscribers or 100 subscribers?
You know, I'm noticing a lot of similarities between him and Frank Tufano now. Because they probably both have, like, a personality disorder. Frank makes the claim that people steal his ideas, and he always makes the claim that, oh, because of me, somebody got social media famous, you know.
To 1 million or 6 million. Is there anyone else out
As far as I'm aware, as of today, which is March 21st, my dad is alive.
there who's done more than that? More people than that. I don't know anybody out there who's done that. So I'll vote myself as number one.
And what do you mean, is he still in the hospital? Like, he's still got thyroid cancer. I know he was hospitalized for pneumonia, but I don't know how long he stayed. Apparently, he looks really good for dying of thyroid cancer, but my mom told me this is like the 3rd time he got pneumonia. So if he's gonna die from anything, it sounds like he's more likely to die from pneumonia than anything else. That's what killed Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac died from pneumonia, and he was pretty young when that happened.
One social media career coach out there. Now, you know, some people can be those 10 million, 6 million, or 1 million subscribers on Instagram or YouTube or whatever. Some people, not so much, but they can still generate income to escape that 9-to-5 life. And now, a lot of people are 9-to-5 life's fine, right? But if you're like me in the 9-to-5 life, you want to be your own boss. You know, I remember Natasha.
I just want to be able to sleep whenever the fuck I want. That's probably the biggest thing for me. Also, dealing with people, not my kind of thing. Especially in person.
Meeting her in 2016, she messaged me on Snapchat, said, hey, can we meet up? I'm like,
I also don't want to have to wake up in the morning or go anywhere if I don't feel like it. That's also kind of a problem with normal work for me. It's not my thing, setting an alarm, getting up in the morning, driving to work, talking to people, not being able to sleep whenever I want. If I could get a job that didn't make me show up to work and I could just stay home and sleep all day, then I wouldn't mind being employed, but this will have to do for now.
I never met her, I didn't know what she looked like, nothing. And so we met up at the train station. She let her boyfriend wait for about an hour. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. And so we met, and she's like, I want to do social media. I want to have a career. I said, look, I think you got a lot of potential. Come to Adelaide, bring your boyfriend down, and we'll go from there. And she did. She came solo. Things went from there. But I was like, how come you want to do this? And it's the same story for all the people I've coached over the years. She's like, I don't want to work for someone else. I don't want to do university. It sucks. I'm just doing it because my parents want me to do it because everyone else is doing it. But I want to have freedom. And this is the same story for everybody I've coached over the last 2 decades of social media. It's the same deal, especially the last, I'd say 15 years in social media. It's the same story. I want freedom. I want my life. I don't really want my parents want me to do.
I don't think I'd really listen to Harley for social media advice. Is he, like, still homeless? Does he just rent Airbnbs occasionally? This guy lives like a fucking weirdo. Like, you know, it's fine. He can do whatever he wants, but, like, most people don't want to live that way. You kind of need more practical advice on how to make fucking money so you can pay rent, so you're not, like, homeless. His advice would be, well, like, outside is fine. Like, most people don't really want to do that.
Parents want me to do university, blah, 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 have kids do this. I don't want to do that. I want freedom. I want to travel. I want to have...
Only thing I like about a 9-to-5 is it gets me out of bed, which distracts me from depression. Yeah, I mean, it does help keep you focused for sure. Like, if you're the type of person who isn't particularly self-motivated and you kind of get lost in your own thoughts too much, like, yeah, it can have those benefits, but... yeah, I definitely need the freedom.
Have fun, I want to be fit, I want to wake up when I want to wake up, do what I want to do when I want to do it, with who I want to do it. Alright? It's the same story. So if you can relate to that, if that really...
You know, that's one thing that people kind of get wrong with social media. Like, oh, I want to do things when I do it how I want to do it. It doesn't usually end up working out that way. If you're a streamer, it's more the case, but even then... depending on exactly what you're streaming. Like, if you're a gaming streamer, you're going to have to play games even when you don't want to. If you're a political streamer, you're going to have to talk about politics when you don't want to. Like, you do run into that kind of shit, so.
Pulls you, I'm your man. The more you believe in, this sounds real cultish, but the more you believe in me, the more the more you believe in me, the more I can help you. I think that's like a bit of a cult saying, but it's very, very true. It's like if you're, lost in the forest and you find a guide, and if you believe in them, they can guide you out of the forest. But if you're like, I don't know, man, is the path really this way? Is this the way back to help and food and safety and shelter and away from the lions and tigers? I don't know, man. Like, I think it's this way. I don't believe this guide. So then you're screwed. You're always going to stay lost in the forest of life, okay? So if you look at the people who said, okay, I'm going to believe what Harley says, I'm going to do what Harley says, let's rock and roll, they got success with that social media career lifestyle. It's the same with weight loss, man. You know what I mean? This is me fully carved up, fully hydrated, unlimited calories. I walk into the restaurant, I just chow, chow, chow. I order this, I don't order that, I order this, and that. I eat as much as I want, whenever I want it. That's freedom for me. So you've got nutritional freedom, calorie freedom, all that crazy stuff, fitness freedom. I train when I want to train, not because I got a coach saying, you got to do this on this day. I'm tired of my back. I want to do what I want to do, okay? Freedom, all right? That's why I stay so fit at this age when the average, dude approaching 50 is not this fit. They're on steroids, on heaps of shit, and they still can't do what I'm doing, okay, in terms of cardio-wise. So it's just crazy out there that we have these industries, like university and stuff. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But so many people come to me in university and they're like, I hate it. I fucking hate it. I'm on the weekend getting drunk because I was going to sketch reality, but my parents pay for uni, or I pay for all this debt, and what do I do with all that? It's like, yeah, you know. So if you're in university, if you're like Natasha or the other people I've coached, you're failing university, you're not turning up, you're bored in class, you're watching my videos instead of listening to the professor or whatever, then quit, do what they did. Quit. Even Michelle, quit university, pulled out, and boom, look what's happening now. Okay, the freedom lifestyle, the financial lifestyle. Another thing is when you're truly doing what you want to do, you need.
Yeah, he takes credit for my YouTube career.
Even less money. You're making more money most of the time, but you also need less money because you're like, I'm not depressed. I don't need to buy the latest crap, you know? I don't need to buy all this fancy stuff. And I got one of these just because I've always wanted one. Not because I'm trying to compete with whatever, you know? So it's like, you always want to do what you want to do in life, but don't do it as like to prove your ex wrong or your parents wrong or someone from school wrong or you got bullied. No, forget that, man. Like, live how you want to live. Don't live for revenge. Because, I mean, revenge can be very, very powerful motivation, but it can also put you in dark places. You live in, you don't really enjoy the moment. You're always like, yeah, I got it now, I got it, bro. Yeah, I'll show him how. I mean, it's very powerful. Use a little bit of revenge, but not too much. Otherwise, you get too hard in the head and too bitter at life. Okay, so live with purpose about changing the planet for the better. Don't live it for your parents' expectations.
You know, Pat is fucking beautiful. I love Pat. I want to pet Pat. Want to pet her on her head. When I'm petting Pat, I'm going to tell her, you're Pat and I pet Pat, and you're my pet Pat. And I like petting my pet Pat. Pat is pretty. I really like Pat.
Expectations or to prove someone wrong. You can sprinkle that. That's powerful. But live, like for me, my motivation to get up in the morning, help the animals, help the planet, help the environment, help humanity. They get this, they get that, they just have all these problems, and they just obviously it's probably bad metaphor because you put something in the water, you can't swim, you get drown. Time. All right, time is more valuable than a watch. There's no watch in the world that will buy you more time. The watch will tell you what time it is, but it won't buy you more time. All right, that's exactly the most bling watch in the world. Can't buy you more time. Understand that. Clavicula's dad speaks out. Someone said, are you Clavicula's dad? No, I'm not. But yes, I did look very similar to him when I was 20 back.
21st on each other's DurianRider claims that he gave you the idea for the Worst the Fitness Industry series and that kicked off your channel, and without him and his advice, you would be a nobody working a 9-to-5 job. Yeah, no, I was the one who came up with the Worst of the Fitness Industry thing. He likes to say a lot of things. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. I wouldn't trust anybody who licks spiders for fun, which is what Harley does. But thanks for the donation, 21st.
Hollywood hair, still had the lines, just 200-300 grams a week, micrograms and milligrams. Masculine physique. I think it's, again, correct me from all these stats here. His parents are bodybuilders. He started juicing when he was 14, and not a lot, but just 200-300 grams a week, micrograms and milligrams a week, tests, exogenous, etc. And he does some peptides and stuff. So, what's my opinion on the situation? I applaud his transparency. I applaud his. He's not one of these guys out there saying I'm natural, blah 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 blah. A lot of people say, oh, hang on, he doesn't. His results are attainable natty. No, they're not. All right, no, they're not. If you look at certain
toxic Middle Eastern women have been my thing recently. There's a lot of really sexy Middle Eastern girls. I know there's one Afghan porn star who is still still Muslim when she was doing porn, and apparently she quit doing porn and now she is an escort, which, just prostitute, and she's still Muslim. And she's talked about how she feels conflicted being Muslim and doing porn and prostitution. It's like, have you ever thought that maybe your religion is dumb and you can just suck all the dicks you want without feeling guilty about it? Some people are fucking weird.
Genetic, some people, it just ain't gonna happen, right? Well, I've got a friend, and no, your friend lied to your face. Your friend's juicing. And that's the problem, is people out there getting lied to. They're getting lied to. They buy a watch from the market, and it's genuine, They said it was genuine. Bro, your fucking watch is fake, bro. That dude's a fake natty. You're following a...
21st Only Tellers, are you referring to this? Well, there's other videos where he licks spiders, but yeah, I mean, he does that crap too. It's really gross. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Fucking fake natty, all right? His muscles ain't natty, bro, all right? It's enhanced. But you don't know because you've spent all...
How many more years do you think Frank, Sean Baker, or Blaha have to live? Sean Baker, who the fuck knows? There's so many random dudes in the carnivore community that end up getting strokes or heart attacks or something. Who the fuck knows? He could get lucky, live to 80 something, could get really unlucky, die tomorrow. Who the fuck knows? But I've seen a lot of anecdotes off those carnivore forums where some people say they've been eating carnivore for 10 or 15 years and they're only 40 years old, and then yeah, they end up getting heart attacks and they're like, what happened? Even the paleo primal community people who aren't full retard, they'd still eat broccoli occasionally. I've even seen a lot of them have heart attacks in their late 30s, early 40s. So out of all of them, like who's most likely to die from health problems? I'd say Blaha, just because he's been like super morbidly obese and has had self-admittedly had alcohol problems. Who knows what else he might have gotten into. Then I'd say probably Sean and then Frank last, assuming he doesn't get like suicidal depression. I feel like the only thing that would off Frank is him just ending his own life. Like he's still, well, he's like exactly my age, isn't he? He's like 34. He hasn't eaten great his whole life. He still doesn't eat great. Like I think the thing that would fuck him over more than his diet is probably his stress levels. That guy seems like he's talked about like not being able to sleep for weeks on end, stressed out constantly and shit. He like I guess he's also at high risk for HIV/AIDS because he's gay, but barring some of that stuff, like barring the HIV/AIDS or something, even then. But yeah, barring like HIV/AIDS infection or some shit. Yeah, I think Frank's biggest health problem is probably his stress. Like his diet isn't that bad anymore. He does eat like too much meat and shit, but yeah, he's constantly stressed out and just acting fucking crazy. But I think he's just too young compared to Sean or Blaha for me to bet he'd die first. So I'd probably say Blaha, then Sean Baker, then Frank.
All your life buying fake shit, all right? Fake shit from the scammers who are going to sell you a fake watch at real watch prices. Now, they sell you a Rolex for $50 or whatever the market value is for a super clone or a fake. Okay, fair enough. But they're selling you a super clone at fucking retail prices or whatever, or close to. You are getting scammed, all right? You are getting scammed. Anyone who has a transformation like Clavicular, Ziz, you know, the gang, the crew, all right? Tate even is on the juice. Like, it's obvious, man. Changes in voice, changes in facial structure, changes in androgenic, mature muscle. It's how it is. Now, he ain't using it a lot, so it's very hard to tell with him unless you've got the trained eye, but it's before and after photos give it all. When you take, and you see changes in me, people are like, oh, you aged 15 years and 5. Like, you changes, man, you age quicker, you mature quicker once you just take on the gas. There's some guys out there who their face doesn't change that much, but their fucking body matures, man. That's why he sees 20-year-old guys or 18-year-old bros with like this hard, mature, masculine physique. So, wow, how'd that happen? Just deadlifts and hack squats, bro. No, it's juice, all right? It's a regimented anabolic cycle. I'm not recommending that, just sense is how it goes. Anyway, back to Clavicular. I applaud his transparency. But I think the peptide shit he's selling, that's bullshit.
Do you identify as atheist or agnostic? I identify as atheist because I'm not stupid enough to even entertain the idea that the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus might exist.
How old is DurianRider? 1550 for the 5K is no joke. I believe that's under 5-minute mile pace. Have you ever ran the timed mile? If so, what was your best?
I used to do a lot of cardio and time my runs. It was so long ago. The only thing I can remember was maybe when I was around like 10 or 11 years old, I did a mile in like under 6 minutes. Cause I remember, my grandfather timed me once and I beat some time and I did it in under 6 minutes. Thanks for the donation though, nigga.
His Ascension course, telling guys some stuff. I mean, there's some validity to it for sure. And he's preying on people's insecurities and narcissism, and hey, you know, I guess we all do it to some degree. But I applaud his transparency. So I think Clavicular is a good influencer. He's using, you know, stims and stuff to state, bro, Clav, bro, all right, Daddy DurianRider's here. And as your, you know, some people call me your dad. You don't need the stims, bro. Don't need that meth Adderall stuff. Just eat what I'm eating, all right? And you'll be lean without that. Isn't that crazy? That Clav's using these weight loss drugs and the stims to be lean, but still not even as lean as me. Natty, you know what I mean? So it's crazy. So this is where his message is bad, because he's encouraging people to use stims to eat less. So which means his diet is too high in fat and protein. So he's having to try and use substances and tricks to eat less fat and protein. Bro, just eat more carbs and you won't want more fat and protein. Simple.
It's just eating a low-fat diet, like, especially when you're on steroids. If you eat low enough fat, you just cannot put on any fat. Especially if you add in growth hormone. Growth hormone with testosterone will keep you very lean if you have a low-fat diet.
Just eat what I'm recommending, and Clav, you'll be the leanest. I could get Clav way leaner than he is now. I could get Clav way leaner than he is now. And a healthy way, doing it the right way, without all the stims and all the crap. Because, man, when you're hungry and you're using these, your mind is getting frizzled. So Clav is a super hot bro.
Can you explain how life comes from non-life? Yeah, you know, the Void Dwarves something profit, and then monkey fucked another monkey, then your dad and mom were there.
Bro, super aesthetic, bro, in that traditional sense, aesthetic-wise. Personality, I think he's a good troll. He's got some clout there. But aesthetically, he's got that. A lot of guys will die for his aesthetic, etc. But he ain't happy. Because you can't be happy when you don't get enough carbs. You can't. Your dopamine, your serotonin, it ain't optimized. All right? You take all the stims and uppers in the world, you're going to be crashing, and you're going to feel wired out, and you feel frizzled, and your cortisol, blah, and you're going to feel like just a fucking, you're going to feel so feminine, out of control, okay? What I think will happen to Clav, unfortunately, I think his downfall will be he's getting so much female attention and he's hooking up with the chick. I don't know if it's just a skill. I don't know if these girls are actresses or whatever. But let's say it's all genuine. The guy knows how to pull attention and that's cool. Let's say these chicks, this is all genuine, he streams and stuff and what I see on Instagram. Let's say it's all genuine. I think his downfall soon will be a slip up and some chick who feels rejected or wants a cash clout will say, hey, he raped me or he SA'd me or he did this or he did that. You know, that's what's going to happen to Clav, in my opinion, son.
We're far beyond that being a fucking problem for somebody like him. So far beyond that point. They're gonna need quite a bit of evidence against him for something like that to ever damage him reputationally. And I mean, given his like degenerate fuckwit audience, like he might literally be able to rape a chick, like, and it even be on camera. And, like, he could, in theory, get kicked from these social media platforms, but honestly, I think at this point, given, like, the degenerate fucking audiences these people have, I doubt that would even be a fucking problem for him. Like, could you imagine, you know, Myron Gaines, you know, anybody from Fresh and Fit, like, if it came out that they raped a chick and, like, we know for sure it's real, because it's, like, on camera or something? I can't imagine them losing the majority of their audience over something like that just because they are so fucking absurdly sexist. And that's what these dudes come to their channels for. That they'd probably be like, fucking women don't even deserve human rights anyway.
Goddamn, who knew DurianRider was so based? Oh wait, I did. You look like a beta cuck in comparison. Genuinely. DurianRider never entertained the falsehood that he was a rapist and didn't give you the time of day. Just trolled it. Because he's an alpha.
Yeah, or maybe a little retarded, but to be fair, he did have the idea of going on steroids before me, so he got me with that. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
He wants to be recording everything and saving those recordings, okay, because his downfall will be, I guarantee you, hopefully it doesn't happen, but I really suspect it, his downfall will be someone making fake claims about him just to boom, and that will be a downfall for him. Now what will he...
Yeah, that's... Even if he raped a chick, I'd be surprised if he lost the majority of his audience over that, just given how, like, fucking insanely sexist and degenerate these people's audiences are.
You got a hand...
I could wind him in prison or something like that, but yeah, if it's just an accusation, no.
Those potential fake allegations, like Tate and stuff, you know, get these allegations against him, they can handle her up. But mentally, would Clav be able to handle that? Because it's so...
I'm not sure if Blaha's morbidly obese anymore. He gains and loses weight like, you know, an average normie. But, yeah, he's using the AI thumbnails all the fucking time now. Even these are AI enhanced. Jeez.
Hey everybody, it's Jason.
What a dork. Yeah, I don't know if you could call him morbidly obese anymore. The way he stores body fat is kind of weird. He gained a bit of weight compared to a while ago, but... I don't get it, man. This is just a baffling weirdo. But yeah, he is doing whatever the fuck he's doing. Who the fuck watches this guy unironically anymore? It's fucking weird. And apparently he just keeps re-uploading the same video over and over again.
So easy for a girl to say, hey, he did this when he didn't, okay? Or he did this, I wanted that, but my boyfriend found out, so actually, I didn't want that. That was rape, that was blah, 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 blah. So that's what happens a lot of time. You know, girls feel ashamed afterwards because a guy bounced or she feels rejected, so she goes to, you know, keep her self-esteem a bit. She's like, well, I need to, and in her head, she says it doesn't happen, just to live that sort of lie or whatever, which is a disastrous outcomes for everybody. So, I mean, the lawyers and the courts win money-wise, but, so I think that's what.
Can we watch the peers interview after this video?
Yeah, we can do that. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Gonna happen. So Clav, make sure you're doing voice recordings, make sure you set yourself up, because that's just the nature of, you make girls feel intense or whatever, then there can be some accidental rejection there as well. And that can go pear-shaped real fucking quick. So make sure, this goes to any guy out there, man. Your wife could go to the cops today and say, 15 years ago, you know, I didn't want it, and he just forced himself on me. And the cops are like, okay, well, we've got to follow it up. I'm sorry, mate, we've got to charge you with this, and you've got to go to court, and you've got to spend $100,000 on lawyers, and then your wife wants to take, and she might just do that because she's pissed off at you, or she's like, actually, I found this new guy, he's broke, but you've got money, and I feel more excitement with him, so if I do this divorce or separation, I'll have money to support him, and you can be in prison, and I can take your shit, and that's a win-win. And that actually happens out there. That's how fucked up.
21st on each other's DurianRider speaking from experience right now with that Hannah Chloe bitch. Well, I mean, this is way long ago. Times are different now. Like I told you before, never trust someone who has two first names as their first and last name. True. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Some people are in the world. Right? That literally does happen, man. It's crazy. So, and you don't know when it's going to come because people change and people flip. So this is why I think society is crumbling a bit, because a lot of guys with experience have that foresight and understand that can happen. And they're like, yeah, no. Just like some people see me ride down the hill. They're like, Harley, like you're so experienced and like you're just cruising down the hill. Why don't you just banging down Norton something? Why don't you just banging down Mount Lofty? Why don't you banging down the 12 miles like full gas? Or you 40 years of cycling experience on the road, because I think that could happen to you. But otherwise, Claire.
Hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Michelle from China. 我係 Michelle 嚟自中國 because I'm Michelle and I'm from China. In this video, I'm going to be cooking dinner, which is a double carb. It's noodles and I have rice here ready to go in to the rice cooker.
Who the fuck eats noodles and rice?
So let me do that while I talk about today's topic, which is a question, why I don't have any friends. Okay, so a lot of you guys are wondering why you don't see me.
Thoughts on Carterine for the summer shred? You're a fucking retard. Why in the fuck would you take Carterine? You can get 50 20 milligram Anavar tabs for $150, and then 15 milligram Carterine tabs are $94. Why would you bother? It's so retarded. You have a better, more effective, safer drug, but you're gonna use like fucking Carterine. Like, are you stupid?
Post any people in my Instagram or my YouTube. Why there's no one in my life, it seems like, right? Simply put, to answer that question is that I am a pretty girl, believe it or not. I'm a pretty girl who is focused, who is selective, and who knows what she wants.
I don't know about any of that, considering the guy you're with. I think you're a little confused. Oh, yeah.
In life, what she doesn't like, and what she is not willing to tolerate. Okay, that's who I am, Michelle from China. Okay, I just know what I like and what I don't like. Okay, so I'm very selective because I'm very picky with myself even. Okay, the person I am, I'm like, people would say I'm special. Okay, in Cantonese we say I'm very dakbi. Okay, the way I do things.
I have seen her eat like food off a dirty, disgusting like bus seat. So
The way I think, I don't think it's too extraordinary. I think it's normal. I don't think it's severe or extreme. I am vegan, number one, and I see a vision for myself. I want to inspire people, and the way I want to inspire people is through kindness and veganism and caring about their bodies and what they eat. Okay, doing things like that. Okay, Friday, Saturday, what I can learn from. Okay, and sometimes you have to seek things to learn from people. Okay, so if you don't have the mindset to learn.
well, these are two very strange people.
Oh, I had no idea who Louis Theroux was. The morning that he was coming round, I had some of my team come to me and go, "Oh, do you realize what this is? Do you realize who he is?" I wasn't asked, and I'm still not bothered about it.
Yeah, DurianRider and Michelle have an OnlyFans. It's pretty weird and gross, but, you know.
I have a big kitty. You want my Oreos? Yeah, this cat wants my Oreos. Look at this cat. That's a good cat. It's a very good cat. Cat, cat, cat. Love my cat. Mwah.
Read my name.
I'm not doing that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Look at this cat. Yes, this is an Oreo cat.
About it, you know? Some people might think it was a mistake going on. Me, I thought it was a very, very fun experience.
And when I was watching the Netflix show, I was just curious what you want that influence to be. Right? Because your mother's in the show, and we'll come to quite an amusing clip where she talks about me, actually. She doesn't want you to do this interview, I think, was the bottom line. So you're defying your mother again, and we'll come to that. But your mother...
Sure, 21st. Sure. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You know, I was watching her, and I was watching you interact with them. I actually knew your father a bit back in the 90s. Victor Abugu, who was an England rugby player. Met him a few times. Liked him. And we can come to that as well. You know, and I'm just curious how somebody whose mum is like that, whose dad is was like he was when I knew him, how somebody ends up thinking that the key to life, that the joy of life, the satisfaction of life comes from rage baiting people in their DMs rather than something a little bit more, you know, I hesitate to use words where your fan base will go, "Oh, shut up, granddad, you don't get it." But is there not more to life to be achieved than rage baiting morons in their DMs?
Okay, well, I'm glad you called them morons because that is the idiots that I've attracted from the mainstream coverage with the documentary. But there's a lot more to life. For me, the main thing in life is making money, being healthy, and enjoying that money with my family and having great.
Hi VG. Sorry if you get asked his a lot, but I remember you saying you would make a steroid video. Do you still plan on doing that? I have been thinking of starting TRT and have been waiting for your video.
Yeah, I'm still planning on doing that. You do not need that video to go on TRT. It's not like I'm going to be telling you how to do it exactly. The plan was just to tell people why I went on, what basic shit I'm taking for what reasons, and then like that's really it. But you can just go on TRT. You don't need me to make a video. It's not like I'm going to give a TRT tutorial. Thanks for the donation, though. The Blobdy Benji. Is this gonna play, or I don't know if I don't want that to play out anyway. I'm like actually done talking about it. It's just stop.
Experiences. The experiences that I have now, since I've come back for Mother's Day, whatever, with my mum, in the last, 5-6 years since I've been on social media, have been great. And they're the things that I'll be looking back on when I'm 60, 70 years old. The nice dinners, the nice weather, just the nice times that I've shared. So I don't think the beauty of life is rage baiting retards in my comments. But when I'm sat there and
what do you actually want your younger male followers to end up being like? It's a genuine question. Because in the Netflix show, what I saw was a guy who says, look, on the one hand, if I had a daughter who did OnlyFans, I'd disown her. And yet you are directly involved in promoting a load of women who are on OnlyFans, right?
You're a smart man, right? You wouldn't be in this position if you weren't a smart man. You can answer that question yourself. You know exactly why I'm promoting.
How does life come from non-life? There. Rocks have sex with each other.
Oh, you're done talking about her? As if you have a say in when you stop talking about it. Lol, funny. I don't feel like giving you more money today, so we're done because I said we're done. Not because you said we're done. Cuck bitch. I'll be back.
Yeah, sure you will. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Don't you fucking dare turn off my computer. I will be very upset.
Girls, I'm not even actively promoting any right now, but you know exactly why I'm doing it. You don't need to ask me that question. There you go. So why are you asking a question you already know?
No, I'm not.
It's a very, very easy answer.
You're missing my point, Harrison. I'm not disputing that you are making money, or you're perfectly entitled to. I'm just curious why you would want to send a message to young men you're trying to be influential over, to the extent where you want them to part with money to be like you. And on the one hand, your message is OnlyFans is awful. These girls that do it are awful. But on the other hand, you're making money promoting them. It's hypocritical.
Look, I think
it's not necessarily hypocritical. What's the hypocrisy? If he wants to make money and he also wants to help people, you can do the same. You can do both. So there are people who will just watch porn no matter what you do. So might as well make money off of it. But if anybody wants help and they want to better themselves, then they can take his advice and not watch the porn. It's that simple.
OnlyFans girls can do what they want, I'm not bothered. It's the same way I think people can be gay if they want. I'm not bothered. When it comes into my family, where I have control over the situation, that's where I'll dictate what happens. So it's a very valid point that I don't want my daughter to be on OnlyFans. I don't want my daughter to be in the red light district in Amsterdam. But if I went to Amsterdam and I was walking down and I saw a Colombian 9 out of 10, would I go in and visit? Well, depends how many drinks I'd had that night. But that doesn't mean I necessarily agree with it or would like that girl to be my daughter or would raise my daughter like that.
Yeah,
makes perfect sense.
And if you had a son who turned out to be gay, you would disown him, you said.
No, my actual life ambition, right, genuinely since young, is to grow up, make money, retire my mum, meet a nice girl from a good family, then have a gay child who fucks other guys. That's what I want. So I genuinely want that. I also want him to go out on the weekend and put makeup on and, you know,
It's okay.
dance
I know
around
what you,
in the gay strips.
Listen,
No, I want
I
that.
can hear your fan base cheering you on. I know what you're doing. It's the double down, treble down. In fact, I saw some of your posts on social media before you did this interview.
Why'd you stop the worst of the fitness industry? Because holy fuck, dude. I think you all know why. It just takes a lot of fucking time, and then I don't make any money off of it, and then I get fucking community guideline strikes, then I can't even fucking stream for a week.
I'm going to own everything. I'm going to double down. I'm going to play that game. Fuentes did that a bit with me. And you know what I think?
Do you know what, bro? There's not a game.
By the way, I'm not your bro, Harrison. Call me Piers. I'll call you.
What, you don't want to be my bro?
I
You don't think we'll be
really want
friends?
to be. I don't really want to be your bro, mainly because I have two bros of my own. One of whom was an army colonel, and one of whom is an excellent man as well. However, let me just ask you what you said in the documentary. You clearly actually would, by your own admission, disown a son who said they were gay. And yet your mother, you said, hates people that are racist, sexist, homophobic, and so on. Why be so brazenly homophobic if your own mother, who you clearly love and respect and care about, if she's so against that, why would you be so happy to be brazenly homophobic?
I wouldn't say I'm homophobic.
You would disown a child for being gay. That's about as homophobic as it gets.
That's your opinion, and in my opinion, that's
Not
not
opinion,
homophobic.
it's a fact of what homophobia is.
Okay.
I don't think there's any way of arguing against the idea that disowning your son for being gay is homophobic. Would you disown, like would you break up with your wife or disown your daughter because she's female? I don't like. Would you argue that that isn't sexist to just throw away a female child on the basis of them being female? Like,
what do you think homophobia is?
I think homophobia would be severely discriminating against gays, and I think that
like disowning your son for being gay is a form of discrimination.
You know, maybe going around and bullying them or whatever could be considered homophobic.
You don't think
I
disowning
don't really
your
care
own
what the
child would be
definition is.
bullying them because of their sexuality?
I'm not bullying them. I'm not bullying my
By
child.
disowning them?
It's not bullying.
What is it?
Abuse, neglect. Debatable whether those two things are bullying, but that's what I'd call it.
Definitely not bullying.
What would you call it? You disown your own child for being gay, something they couldn't possibly
I'd
help.
call it good
Their natural
parenting. That's what
sexuality.
I'd call it. I'd call it good parenting.
Really?
Yes, because when they're abandoned, that'll teach him for having a sexuality that they couldn't choose.
We clearly have different beliefs. I don't care what your belief is. If you grow up,
But
okay,
no, we don't
you
actually.
work your whole life.
We both come from the same belief, which is we were brought up by mothers who did not share this view. So actually, we're very similar. It's just you've taken a weird turn where your mother, who hates homophobia, has got a son who actually thinks it's perfectly okay to say you would disown your own child, your own son, if they said they were gay. And
Would
I'm
you be
just
happy
curious-
if you
I'm
raised your
curious
son and your son
how
came
does
out
that
gay?
happen?
Would you be happy, Piers? Would you be happy, Piers? If you had one child,
I
one
wouldn't
son,
care less.
you wouldn't care?
No.
Okay, then that's your beliefs. Me and you have.
Gummy, down. No. Get off.
Totally different beliefs.
Yeah, but the
And
only
I
thing
know
I'm
that you're
interested in
trying
is
to
why
double
you think
down on
your
this
belief-
point.
Yeah, but why but Harrison,
All this alpha male talk on stream, all this shit talking women only to be a cuck who says I love you to a chick you met online 3 weeks ago, smiley face emoji, and you're gonna stay getting no pussy until you meet her in 2 years, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
Sound like somebody's jealous, pussy. Thanks for the donation, Beta Cock Burgess.
Why do you think your belief does not constitute homophobia?
Piers, we can all have a push and a shove. You might not agree with some of my points. I don't agree with some things that you do and the way that you act.
That's fine.
And I don't need to go into them. But if you want me to, and you want this to turn into something that it doesn't need to be, then we can all have a push and a shove.
I'm genuinely interested in.
I literally cannot eat food with this cat here.
How you felt this Netflix show went, and the things that Louis Theroux had you saying on camera, I'm genuinely curious what you think about the way people have responded to them. Honestly, that's all I care about. I'm not here to trap you. I'm not here to put words in your mouth. I'm not here to do any of that kind of thing. I'm very aware that your fan base, whatever happens between you and I, it doesn't matter. You will have owned me, killed me, crushed me, destroyed me. Let's just accept that's a given, okay? That is how these interviews always go, whether it's Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, whoever.
Do you know what I don't like, Piers? Do you know what I don't like?
Gaines in a minute. It'll be the same thing. So I assume. Let me just tell your followers. Harrison HS Sticky Docky has owned me, beaten me, defeated me.
Okay, listen. I respect guys, that have their own opinions, right? But I don't really respect, you trying to come on and say, oh, I'm homophobic and try and really push that point when I wouldn't say I'm homophobic at all.
I understand that, but I'm curious why you don't think disowning a child for being gay is homophobic.
What I do with my children is up to me. What I do with my children is up to me.
Of course.
Okay?
Of course.
I don't agree with you going to Epstein's Island and having freak-offs with Ghislaine Maxwell and the rest of them. But I don't need to bring it up because this is about misogyny and everything like this.
Harrison, Harrison,
I don't agree with that,
just
sir.
To be clear,
freak-offs on the island.
Yes, nor do I. And as is a
Are you sure?
fact,
Are you sure?
Do you want to keep doing this? You'll make yourself look very stupid.
Are you sure, Piers?
That I've never been to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I'm 100% positive. I never met the man, never went to his island. I met Ghislaine Maxwell for 5 minutes at a book launch. If you've got any supplementary
mentioned a lot of times.
No
mentioned
problem.
a lot of times in there, sir.
I have no problem. You're not, I don't think, if I say this very respectfully, I don't think you're very well informed about things like that, or you wouldn't go there because it's.
Why are you in the files?
Why don't you check the 27 references to me in the files?
Why are you in the files, sir? Very close to these types of people.
Go and check. And all your followers, you can. The great thing about the Epstein files, you can put somebody's name in, and you can
like
see
to compare me to Tate and Myron and everyone else.
This.
So
Harrison,
because my name is close to them in the manosphere. But if I compare you to Epstein and Maxwell, you have a clear problem with it.
No problem.
Sir, you compare me to Myron and all the others in this homophobic, misogynistic, whatever world. I'm comparing you to Epstein then because you're in his files.
Harrison.
Exactly.
You're making yourself look an even bigger idiot than you did on the Netflix show.
Oh, really? Really?
Yes.
To people like you, sir, I don't mind that. You make yourself look like an idiot every single day when your wife is at home posting pictures that you're out and she wants to get used like a toy by a big black man who is cleaning her car. Is that why you have a problem with me? Is that why you're pushing this homophobic narrative? Because I'm the big black man that shagged your wife while you are on holiday. Okay? We can all have a push and a shove, sir. Let's go back to talking about the documentary and less of the homophobia.
Do you know what? Here's what I think about you. I watched the documentary. I think you're a fucking idiot. I think you're a sexist, misogynist, homophobic twerp who got exposed.
He didn't expect Pierce to get like pissed off at him
in a global way by Netflix, by Louis Theroux, for what you are. You're a little half-wit.
I think he got mad over the Epstein thing.
And you'll make your little followers
don't get
have
rattled.
a little laugh
Don't get
and everything
rattled.
else. But I don't see any
Don't
point
get rattled.
wasting. There's no point me wasting my time talking to you. Is there? What's the point?
Exactly. No, do you know what? Let's chill it down then, because what I just said, there's 50 more things that we can have a stupid back and forth and try and one up each other.
I don't
Just
care
talk
about
to
your
me
silly
normally.
insults.
Talk to me normally.
Talk
to me normally.
I don't care about your silly insults.
But what do you mean you don't care? What do you mean you don't care? What I said is facts. I have a picture of it.
Yeah, it's the first time I've actually seen Pierce get pissed off at somebody.
I can flip it round and show you right now.
I couldn't care less about your silly little insults. It's like a 2-year-old. Why would I care?
A 2-year-old. A 2-year-old. Listen, sir, I don't know why you come on and you talk like you're holier than thou. As soon as you're away,
All right, let's
who's
end
this?
this.
Applications are open.
All right, let's just
That's your ting, bro.
Yeah.
That's your girl.
Let's end this.
Cooked.
Yeah, I mean, of all the people to kind of criticize the manosphere, this guy is disrespected by his wife like fucking crazy to like a just horrible, horrendous degree.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys. It's pointless.
Tell him to come back on and we'll chill it out, but it's like, is finished?
Absolute legend. I feel like I know my audience pretty well, and I know that we all love Logan Paul here. We respect him. He's a very honorable man, and we understand that he would never, ever scam anyone or lie for money. But can you believe it? There are people out there that think this beautiful soul has scammed his fans many times for millions of dollars. And not only that, but he always seems to play the victim when he gets called out.
And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual like Zach Kelling? I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process.
Recently, a YouTuber by the name of Carl Jobst, who is definitely not me, put out a video saying that Logan Paul's liquid marketplace venture was a scam and is currently being charged by the Ontario Securities Commission for multi-layered fraud. But of course, as we all know, Logan Paul has nothing to do with that because his name doesn't appear in the complaint. So for all of you out there wagging your little fingers at Logan, calling him a scammer because the company he founded committed fraud, how dare you? In any case, last month, Logan Paul sold his famous Pikachu Illustrator Pokemon card for $16.5 million, which is the most expensive card ever sold. This, of course, is tangentially related to Liquid Marketplace, given that Logan told his fans they could co-own the card with him. But then he bought the card back without their consent, and the poor suckers who thought they owned the card made exactly $0. Well, technically they probably lost money due to inflation and the opportunity cost of having their money stored in an asset that gave no returns, but who really cares about these minor details? But here's what's really interesting to me. While everyone else is up in arms about the fact that Logan sold the card and made millions and millions,
continues to cook Piers after the interview.
Is that not your ting? One thing led to another and whoops, in bed with Rupert. That's your baby mum. That's your wife. And you're talking about masculine. I'd be a misogynist if I was you. I'd hate women if that got done to me, mate. Look at the tanned, muscular man. That's why you took offence to me, Piers. That's why.
Like, if she literally just did that with a friend and the guy's like not good looking or anything, and then like that's one thing where, you know, maybe the internet would kind of take it the wrong way, but like between you and your wife, like, yeah, you know, it's just Jerry. But like this, it's so bad.
Why you were upset. Look at the tanned, muscular man. Look, when the husband's away, Mr. Suds comes to play.
Jesus Christ, dude. His wife is like actually a bitch.
Hashtag you missed the spot. Hashtag not an object. Hashtag but I want to be. That is your baby mother, bro. And you dare even show your face on the internet and speak like you're
Yeah. It's that easy for them. Like, they think they got this opportunity to make them look stupid, and then, yeah, it turns out you're a literal fucking cuck. Your wife or girlfriend just doesn't respect you, and then they're only validating these people even further. Like, their own audience is seeing this shit, and it's like, oh, why would I listen to a cuck?
holier than thou. You are an absolute goof. Are you alright? I dare not DM her. I dare not go there. I want an apology video in 24 hours, otherwise your missus is going to be on a flight out here quicker than you can fucking say cuck. I'll be the new Mr. Suds V2.
Millions of dollars after falsely claiming that the liquid marketplace community co-owned it. In my opinion, there is a much worse atrocity that just took place that no one seemed to notice. And when you find out what this atrocity is, it will blow your mind. This rabbit hole goes deep. So buckle up, because I'm about to blow the lid off one of the biggest conspiracies in the history of the world. Now, legends, I come to you once again to spread a very important message. Just because we are nerds, that does not mean we need to build our own PCs. Now, don't get me wrong, I love PCs, but I'm just never going to build one. So for the world to show, I want to quickly draw attention to the fact that Logan recently threatened to sue the YouTube channel Rattle Pokemon for a video he released discussing Logan's newest venture, Rip It. Rattle read the entire cease and desist letter in a video he uploaded, so if you want a lesson in stupidity, definitely go and check it out. And just so no one's confused here, I'm calling the letter stupid, not Rattle. Personally, I have no idea what Rip It even is. I haven't looked into it, I don't care about it, and it just looks really stupid like all of Logan's other projects, so I'm not going to bother investigating it unless shit hits the fan. But after reading the cease and desist letter that Logan sent to Rattle, I was left a bit befuddled, because from what I can see, Logan's lawyer lays out either the dumbest or most brilliant defense I've ever seen. Please allow me to play a clip from Rattle's video.
You also rely heavily on the Ontario Securities Commission, the OSC proceedings involving Liquid Marketplace to attack Mr. Paul. Those proceedings, however, have nothing to do with our client. Mr. Paul is not a party in the OSC proceedings, and neither the OSC nor any other law enforcement agency has ever accused Mr. Paul of wrongdoing of any kind in connection with the company.
So apparently, the reason people can't say Logan scammed people through Liquid Marketplace is because he wasn't named in the Ontario Securities Commission's complaint. But this argument seems nonsensical to me, and I will explain why. Here is what the OSC complaint said. LMP, Bahadori, and Nickdell have perpetrated a fraud on investors. LMP, Bahadori, and Nickdell made false and misleading statements to token purchasers, including that LMP tokens represent legal ownership in underlying collectibles. You see those three letters LMP? That is short for Liquid Marketplace. The complaint is saying that LMP committed fraud by making false and misleading statements. And one of those misleading statements is that LMP tokens represent legal ownership. So the OSC is very clearly outlining which action they consider to be the fraud. The next question is, did Logan Paul do this action? Well, let's take a look.
As a co-founder of Liquid Marketplace, I believe we're set to level the playing field by allowing anyone to own a piece of the world's rarest collectibles.
Oh, there you go. That's stupid.
We have the most elusive, top-tier, rarest assets in the world for the entire world to co-own.
So this was a very hard decision to make, but yes, I will be listing this card on a platform that I co-founded called Liquid Marketplace.
Well, this explains why it's a scam.
It allows co-ownership of top-tier assets. So instead of one person, me owning this card, we as a collective can co-own it together.
Explain Liquid Marketplace.
Liquid Marketplace. Okay. What it is fractional ownership.
Yes, Logan Paul made false and misleading statements that LMP tokens represented legal ownership. So we have Logan Paul doing the thing that the OSC calls fraud many times on video, which we can all rewatch at our leisure. And Logan's big 250 IQ defense is, well, his name isn't specifically outlined in the complaint. And to be fair, That's true. Logan Paul isn't named in the complaint. The complaint only names 3 individuals, and they are listed because according to company filings, they were the only 3 directors. So those 3 people were the ones that had real control over the company. However, Logan's company, the one he co-founded, is also listed. And not only did Logan co-found LMP, but he publicly said it was his company. So given these facts, I think any reasonable person from the public without insider knowledge would come away with the understanding that Logan
That is a bizarre cease and desist then.
Logan scammed people. He created a company, said it was his company. That same company is currently on the receiving end of legal action for committing fraud. And not only that, Logan said the exact same fraudulent statements that the other people named on the complaint said. So no, I do not accept the argument that just because his name isn't in the complaint that he is innocent and didn't commit fraud. However, it also absolutely needs to be stressed that this does not mean Logan Paul is guilty in the criminal sense of fraud, because fraud requires intent. Maybe Logan was just paid money or given interest in the company to market it in a certain way, and he didn't check with a lawyer to see if it were true. And maybe he didn't do his due diligence and make sure the company was being run as he said it was. As I mentioned, I checked the company filings and Logan was not an officer, so we have no idea exactly how involved he was in running the company. So we can't say as a fact that Logan intentionally scammed people through Liquid Marketplace. Though we still have to be honest, it looks really bad, especially seeing as this came just after Logan's CryptoZoo venture, where there is still a class action lawsuit against him, and they are alleging that he intentionally committed fraud. So with all of that being said, in my humble opinion, it is pretty disgusting to threaten to try to ruin the life of Rattle Pokemon over something like this. Especially when Rattle's video only had around 8,000 views. And the reason I can say try to ruin his life is because, as you all know, I've personally been on the receiving end of a defamation lawsuit, start to finish, trial and all. So I know exactly what effect it has on you and your family. It can, and often does, ruin lives. So for Logan Paul, who is egregiously rich, to do this to a relatively small YouTuber making what I believe to be reasonable claims.
He's an asshole. Logan Paul's like literally a dickhead.
Claims is so vile that I really don't think people dislike Logan Paul quite enough. But anyways, let's move on to this auction. Going into it, I wasn't even sure that Logan's card would sell for more than its original price of $5 million. I mean, from my perspective, Logan clearly bought the card to promote his new platform, Liquid Marketplace, and he obviously bought it at such a high price so that it would generate headlines and draw media attention to LMP, which it did. But boy, was I wrong. And really, it's not surprising that I was wrong, because I have absolutely no idea about Pokemon cards. When it comes to Pokemon, I am utterly oblivious. But I did know straight away that this was no ordinary auction, because almost immediately, Logan began promoting his brand new platform, Rip It.
Please chant "Rip It" with everyone in the room before you open this pack.
Whenever I hear Rip It, I think of Ribbit, and then I think of Asui from, Froppy from that fucking anime.
Tsuyu Asui. Her.
Where's her going to Ribbit? That's in the Japanese. I want her to say ribbit.
Ribbit? I think I've got one, okay?
And there she goes, ribbit.
Ribbit?
That's what I think of when I hear Rip It.
Rip It is a new collection.
And then I hear this.
Ribbit? I think I've got one, okay? If I go next.
Ribbit.
Platform co-founded by Logan Paul.
It's the exact same play over and over and over again. These auctions, these sales, they are all just promotional puff pieces that rich people use to peddle whatever new scheme they've decided to hatch to draw in more money from the masses. And this auction is the worst example I've ever seen. Logan Paul and Golden Auctions makes What A Games and Heritage Auctions look like total amateurs. When Logan's card did eventually sell for $16 million, I didn't understand what was going on. I couldn't even. I mean, I was literally shaking. My 5-year-old son, who had just heard the news, came up to me and said, "Daddy, why did some moron pay $16 million for a Pokemon card?" And I couldn't give him an answer. I felt like a total failure. But then, in an instant, like the sun suddenly shining through parting clouds, it all became crystal clear. It all made perfect sense. Because that moron, the one who purchased Logan's card, was in the audience. And after he won, he came up on stage to make a speech. And that speech was just a plug for his website and Instagram page.
Yes. Bro, that is so epic.
The treasure hunter.
The treasure hunter.
If you want to learn more about it,
yes, I do.
Go to treasuretrove.com.
I'm so intrigued.
And follow.
I'm
at
so
Treasure Trove on
intrigued.
Instagram.
Oh, of course. How could I possibly forget that thing I said before? You know, that thing about how these sales are just overpriced promotional tools for stupid ventures? And this guy seems really stupid. He even admitted that he had no idea what was happening.
I don't even understand what's happening right now, but it's surreal, dude.
Bro,
It's surreal.
God bless you.
But I gotta give credit where credit is due. This guy has a mean backbend. Check this out.
God,
I agree, dude.
you're a gangster. You are fearless, bro.
Holy shit, I have to watch this again in slow motion. Bam! This takes 110% commitment. So many things could have gone wrong here. If your angle is off by a quarter of an inch, you're gonna end up in Snap City. If I tried to replicate this, I swear I would be confined to a wheelchair for the next 6 months. In any case, you can't get to $16 million in an auction by yourself. You need at least one other bidder to bid against, called the underbidder. And wow, wouldn't you know it, the underbidder was also at the auction.
Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And wow, also wouldn't you know it,
All these crypto people are like the biggest, shadiest fucking scammers.
wasn't just him bidding on the card. It was his friends at PokeColor, the largest trading card auction house in China.
It's not just us. Also our friends at Pocket Color.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Plus, that same guy was also there earlier advertising his own collectibles company.
Okay, ready? Grade 10 is Asia's leading collectible powerhouse, backed by Meme Strategy, a company listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Grade 10 is building a comprehensive collectibles ecosystem in Asia, including world-class festivals, museum-grade vaulting.
So what are the odds that the two people bidding on Logan's card were both in the audience and had businesses to advertise when they won? This is totally organic. And it wasn't just Logan's Pokemon card that went crazy. They also sold some video games at the auction, and the prices these games sold for make absolutely no sense. For example, earlier in the night, a perfect 10.
How? There's no chance. I can guarantee you a normal selling price for that game in good condition is like maybe $100.
And Pokemon Silver for the Game Boy Color sold for $19,000. This is actually not that unreasonable. Last year on Heritage Auctions, a 9.
Really? What the fuck? Dude, people are stupid. Out of this world fucking stupid.
A++ sold for almost 14,000. So the premium for this one being a one-of-a-kind perfect 10 is to be expected. But what's really bizarre is that there was another Pokemon Silver at the same auction selling for a lesser grade, this time a 9.8 A++,
Well, yeah, that's
and that
dumb.
version sold for $50,000. What? A lesser quality version of the exact same game sold for 2.5 times the price. That is just plain stupid. And there was also a Pokemon Red for the Game Boy that sold for $124,000, which is also a lot, especially because this was the latest print of the game. If you know about collecting video games, you'll know that there are different prints, and the earlier the print, the more valuable the collectible. So because this was the last print, it was the least valuable version, but still sold for $124,000. To put this into perspective, last year in August of 2020,
Dude, I'm pretty sure you can get, like, used Lamborghini Huracans for this kind of price. Like, what the fuck? You could buy a fucking Lamborghini, or you could buy a fucking Pokemon for Game Boy?
an earlier print of the same game in the same quality sold for $31,000. So someone bought a less valuable print for 4 times the price. There is no reasonable explanation for this. But then, guess what we found out later?
As my illustrator was selling, I was secretly bidding on like a bunch of stuff in the golden auction, and it's arriving right now. Pokemon Silver graded 9.8, and then this is the big boy.
Yeah, there we go.
Pokemon Red, 9.8, one of the best-selling Pokemon games.
It's hilarious how this guy just leaves a perfect trail for everybody to find that he's a fucking scumbag.
Games of all time.
Oh, so that's why they were sold for stupid prices, because Logan Paul bought them himself. This becomes all the more interesting given that Logan received a 4% cut of everything sold at that auction.
Oh, there we go.
If the buyer's premium was 24%, 15% of that went to me, plus an additional 4% of the entirety of the auction.
Okay.
Don't worry guys, this is totally not a conflict of interest. So if Logan wins an item in that auction, he gets 4% back. But if he bids on an item himself and pushes the value up and then loses, he still wins because he gets 4% of the difference, given that it would have sold for less if he wasn't bidding at all. So literally, no matter what Logan did, he wins. The fact that Logan...
That has to be illegal.
...received a cut of the auction he was bidding in himself is pretty stupid. And it's also...
This, like, something about this seems like it would have to be illegal.
Also pretty stupid that he bought a bunch of items at way higher prices than they're actually worth. But believe it or not, this isn't the scam that I was talking about in the title of this video. It's finally time to unveil Logan's biggest scam yet. In 2022, Logan Paul received a Guinness World Record for buying the world's most expensive Pokemon card. The record states, the most expensive Pokemon trading card sold at a private sale is a PSA 10 Pikachu illustrated card which was purchased by Logan Paul for $5.275 million on July 22, 2021. Let's put aside the fact that this record is just pay to win. Logan didn't do anything special, and he just gets a record because he is rich and spent a lot of money on a piece of cardboard. At the end of the day, it's silly, it's stupid, and no one really cares. Naturally, given that Logan Paul got the Guinness World Record for buying the card, you'd expect the next record, if this one were to ever be beaten, would go to the buyer. After all, it's the buyer that puts in the money and does the thing. But what's crazy is that after Logan's card sold at the recent auction, Guinness World Records were already on hand to award Logan another record, this time for selling the card.
On behalf of Guinness World Records, I can now confirm you have achieved a new record title for not only for the most expensive Pokemon card ever sold at auction, but also the overall record for the most expensive trading card ever sold at auction.
Oh my God, bro.
Congratulations. You are officially amazing.
Oh my God, no way. Yes, 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 yes.
Excuse me? You can't get the record for buying and then selling the exact same card. Guinness has to be consistent here. Is it the buyer or the seller that gets the record? Apparently Logan is so greedy, he wants both. So when he's buying the card, he gets the record. And when he's selling the card, he also gets the record. Forget Dink Doink, forget CryptoZoo, forget Liquid Marketplace. This is officially the worst scam Logan Paul has ever pulled. How on earth can you get the record for buying and then selling the exact same card? That makes no sense. What about this guy? He spent $16 million just to get completely shafted. He deserves the award, not Logan Paul. I mean, honestly, he really deserves 2 awards. One for buying the card and one for the most glorious backbend of all time. Honestly, I felt so sorry for this Nepo baby that spent his dad's money on the most expensive card ever bought that I've even set up a change.org petition. We need to let Guinness know that they can't get away.
Yeah, the millions of retard babies born every year are meant to be scammed, though. Yeah, that's what they're there for. All the fucking dumbasses are just there to enrich immoral jackasses like Logan.
With this. This is a moral injustice.
Or Greg Doucette.
And just another crazy technicality is that Logan Paul didn't even sell the card. Technically, it was sold by Golden Auctions. How can the card both be sold at an auction and be sold by Logan Paul at the same time? This is a conspiracy, man. This is one big giant conspiracy.
Well, everyone knows Guinness is just fucking retarded. Everyone knows.
The thing that's weird for me, or that's a little bit of a challenge for me, is that it's difficult to speak to issues that men face without being lumped into this very broad term that sort of concept creeped out to include manosphere. I mean, you know, feminism includes maternal feminists, someone like a Louise Perry who campaigned against rough sex killings and is very pro-family, and sort of the most anti-natalist, super liberal, super progressive woman. Like, you know, feminism is a very big, broad bucket term that includes everything. And I think that manosphere is basically, meninism was just too weird of a term. So manosphere is sort of the online equivalent of what feminism is. And shared audiences don't really indicate shared motives. But I can say, as somebody that I think I do good work, I think I try to create a balanced approach for helping men and women to understand each other and improve their lives. But it's a difficult needle to thread to just talk to men at all. And, you know,
No, it's not. You just do whatever the hell you want. It's not a big deal if people complain.
There's a small clip, I think, of Scott Galloway at one point in the documentary. Richard Reeves, as well, from the American Institute of Boys and Men, is sort of tangential to him, or Arthur Brooks. Like, is Arthur Brooks and Scott Galloway, are they really the fucking cutting edge of misogynistic content online? And then I see someone like a Scott Galloway talk about guys should be strong, or they should go to the gym, or young people should go out and have experiences and make mistakes. And, you know, he's concerned about the decline of alcohol. He thinks that people should be going out and getting drunk when they're young and whatever. I think it's difficult, or I found it increasingly difficult to be able to speak to the issues of men and boys and what's happening with gender relations and sex and declining coupling and all that stuff. It's becoming increasingly difficult for me to do that without being, lumped in with audiences that may cross over, but ideologies that don't really have all that much in common. And but they're so yeah.
You mentioned earlier that you felt you'd had a bit of flack for something or other.
Grey Knight $20 on eBay. There's people that are selling Oreos with rare Pokemon print like Mew for $1,000 or more, lol. Yeah, that's what stupid people are for. Just making some easy money. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Are you able to share anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's more general flack. It's kind of rain rather than atomic warheads. But yeah, there's disagreements around. Typically, it's that I'm too blue-pilled, that I don't see. I know the truth about how men and women are supposed to relate, but I'm not prepared to be sufficiently militant or harsh in my presentation of it.
I thought you meant that you'd had flack from the legacy media.
Oh, I've also got that. I've also got that.
For being too manosphere adjacent.
Oh, that's correct. So yeah, the manosphere think I'm a blue-pilled cuck, and the Guardian think that I'm a misogynist right-winger. So I get kind of ideologically spit roasted from either side.
And anybody cares what the Guardian thinks. Or what the quote-unquote manosphere thinks. Who cares?
I've got sort of one in the front and one in the back. But yeah, the start of this year was tons and tons. Manosphere influencer Chris Williamson talks about this, blah, 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 blah. And that's interesting because the term manosphere has now been inflated to encompass so much that it basically, it doesn't really mean anything. If I am the same as, if me, Richard Reeves, Scott Galloway are the same as Nick Fuentes and Myron and Justin and Andrew and Sneeko, well, I mean, it doesn't seem to be a particularly granular or accurate presentation, and I don't think that they would agree that they agree with much of the stuff that I say, if you were to put it to sort of lay it at their feet.
Agreed. I mean, the term is highly inexact, and actually, you're right. And I've been on Theo Vaughn, and I've been on Joe Rogan, and I like those guys, and I know those have been characterized as manosphere.
Jordan Peterson would be the same. Andrew Huberman would be the same.
And in fact, as you say, there's a huge gulf. There's a huge spectrum within the so-called manosphere community. We debated it a lot in the process of making the film. I said many times, like, I'm not about to make a film where it's like, look at these guys, they like to have big muscles and they want to make a lot of money, hustle bro culture and whatnot. That's not, I don't find that interesting. I don't find it particularly, it might not be my lane, but I like working out. You know what I mean? And I feel like self-reliance can be super important. And it's healthy to have a kind of mixed diet of kind of media intake. And so my thing was like, we do try and clarify in the documentary, like, this is the extreme end of a certain world. And they are a self-identified community, the ones we look at. They very much see themselves, Sneeko, Justin Waller, Myron from Fresh and Fit.
Pooh, but $22, is this your dad?
I know me, I'm gonna kiss his baby though.
No, that is not my dad. Thanks for the donation, Pooh, but
they are all quite tight, those three. Somewhat adjacent to Nick Fuentes, in fact, and certainly Andrew Tate is tight with them. It's a certain, so there's, I think the more we can avoid a conflation of...
No, the gravel did not clear off the road so I can go rollerblading. Also keeps snowing, so...
Of, everyone who happens to have a male audience, or everyone who advocates for some sort of sense of, like, there's certain things that are helpful that men tend to find helpful and it's good for their mental health, as opposed to, the world's run by a shadowy room of, like these kind of, it's very, there's a conspiracy mindset in the world that I was looking at. It is quite a specific, rather paranoid, I would say, narrow understanding of how the world works, a narrow understanding of what men and women are, narrow sense of what achievement and success look like. And that was very much the precinct that I wanted the film to take place in.
Yeah, I mean, you're right to say that men's self-improvement often gets lumped in with this stuff, but you know, male forms of self-repair are often treated with suspicion. It's as though sort of any attempt by men to rebuild themselves outside of approved therapeutic and ideological channels is contaminated in some way. Like if you are, that's probably the best example I can think of, and I'm sure that he's been accused of it. Andrew Huberman, Dr. Andrew Huberman of Stanford, is.
Oh, Huberman's one of the most immoral, dumb jackasses on the fucking planet. That dude is a lying fucking whore and just collects his fucking paycheck.
Part of the manosphere because what he talks about, like evidence-based ways to sleep better or gain muscle or how much caffeine you should have per day or something. It seems
he was dating like 5 or 6 women at the same time, and then like some of them got pissed off about it, so then they like leaked some of the conversations they're having. Like, if you were to leak some of the conversations I have with girls, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be cringe, and the shit he was saying was pretty cringe, but like, it's what it is. Like, if you're talking about sexual fantasies and stuff, like, yeah, it's just gonna come off as fucking weird and cringe.
Seems to be that there's sort of two things happening at the same time. One is a big push, of which I'm like unapologetically a part of, that I think that the issues of boys and men need to be spoken about more, that I don't think that we need to do this ideological land acknowledgement throat clearing before, where we identify the problems that all other groups are facing before we can turn our attention to men, because we don't have to do the same in reverse. We don't have to acknowledge how many men take their own lives, or addicted to drugs, or involved in violent crime, or go to jail, or end up home, etc., before we can then talk about the problems of girls and women. So one thing is happening, which is I think that there's been some upending of previous routes toward a sense of belonging and fulfillment and status that men would have previously relied on. And I think that that puts them in a kind of a very uncertain world. A lot of the rules that they would have learned from their parents' generation, certainly their grandparents' generation, it's been such a huge generational shift. We've now grown up, this generation's grown up on the internet, relying with online content creators, a changing socioeconomic landscape where women out-earn and out-educate men up to the age of 30. All of this, okay, so how am I supposed to navigate this as a man? I don't know. We've got the most fatherless homes that we've ever seen, so the previous patriarchs that would...
Yeah. 2 things that would solve that very easily. Stop locking men up for doing drugs or even selling drugs, at least in some, like, most contexts. Who the fuck cares if somebody's selling weed or something? Like, just not a big deal. And make it so that women can't get, like, some stupid, ridiculous fucking alimony or child support payments. Like, it's insane. the like whole divorce system is just like beyond fucked, and it's kind of interesting, like very minor things that just seem fair when you fix these divorce courts and shit. You actually see huge reductions in the divorce rate. I think in Tennessee, they just recently had a policy change when it came to custody, where before they would assume the woman should have custody and the man has to like argue for custody. They recently changed it so custody is assumed to be like 50-50. So nobody has like primary custody. It's assumed both the mother and the father has to like take care of the kid, and then like from there it's argued in court who should have more or less custody. I think they had a like just from that they had a really big noticeable reduction in the divorce rate. So when women think that, oh, if I get divorced, I can get money for free. Oh, I can get like more child support. Oh, I'm going to keep the kid. They're just that much more likely to divorce and not try to fix a relationship, hold things together, you know, like So, yeah, just two simple fucking things. Stop locking up fathers for dumb non-crimes. Like, fucking selling weed or something, or smoking weed. Like, holy fuck, the weed thing. And just make divorces just rational, so that women don't think they can, like, fuck over their partner in a divorce.
Would have probably stepped into those shoes and would have filled those sorts of roles they've now vacated. Okay, so who do we turn to? Well, I've got the internet and this thing's on there. Now, again, all of that is, I think, important to be addressed, and that young boys and men need to be given some really great role models, archetypes, game plans, blueprints for how to do this. I'm sure that you would, even as a present father, it would be like, the more good information that my boys can access on the internet, the better. That seems like a very pro thing to do. And also at the same time, there is a massive moral panic around extremist, vociferous content online that is pipelining boys and men to believe in these sorts of crazy things. And it seems like the legitimate concerns about the second one are used to sort of smear everything from the first one. That as soon as you start to talk about male self-improvement, that the term, I mean, again, the fact that I was accused of being a luxmaxer, a term that's been around, as far as I can see, for about 3 seconds.
Who accused you of being a luxmaxer?
Some news article, luxmaxer Chris Williamson. I mean, that feels a little bit like telling somebody it's.
It has to be kind of like a form of flattery, because, like, the guy's not into the looks maxing thing at all, and somebody had to have seen him the way he looks and figured, like, made that association, oh, he's really, really good looking, and then just made the association, oh, looks maxer.
It's a little bit of a strange sort of insult, I suppose, given that I haven't tried. So, I just sort of I just woke up like this luxmaxer thing. It's just interesting. These two worlds exist at the same time, right?
Yeah. I think that's really well put. I think you broke it down beautifully.
In other news, you've probably heard
conflict between Isaac Brown, the YouTuber known as Ask Yourself, and Alex O'Connor, formerly known as Cosmic Skeptic. I think Isaac is missing the profounder part of the extremely shallow statement of what it is Alex is trying to say.
Everybody's saying, make sure you switch off your lights, make sure you don't leave the tap running, because if you leave that running for a year, it can fill up an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And so you're sort of doing it a little bit. And then people begin to realise, actually, that's not really solving the problem. What we need to do is we need to go and lobby Shell to stop whatever the hell it is that Shell do. We need to stop governments from investing in fuel licenses. We need to get universities to divest their investments in fossil fuel industries, for example. It's much more now about protesting authority and trying to make systematic change happen from the top down. And now, the idea of the environmentalist, whose principal focus is trying to convince people to need to turn the lights off, kind of seems almost a bit silly.
Religion, in theory, preaches humility and even selflessness. But morality in practice requires
05334.
This is gonna be all burps, right?
That was good. Holy eyebrows.
We should go personality quiz.
Straight face in a serious moment. Just ask Anne Hathaway.
Little brother who's 19 calls her up and says, I'm dropping out of college to become a musician, and she doesn't react very well, and they hadn't spoken for 6 months, and then he gets hit by a car and is in a coma.
I'm not watching the rest of these. Thanks for the donation, SV.
requires a positive role for the ego, a kind of positive self-esteem, or even what we could call selfishness. Now, the first half of what I just said to you is not controversial at all. Nobody is going to stand up at an anthropology conference, take off their bowler hat, throw it on the ground, stomp on it, and say, God damn you. How did you make this scientific breakthrough that religion encourages people and inculcates into them this notion of humility and selflessness. That's not surprising at all. And I said that religion encourages these things or even requires these things in theory, because what happens in practice, it's a very different story with a lot of...
Do you think Tom Platz or Jay Cutler had better legs? Like, on what basis? Are they more proportionate with the rest of their body? Are they more aesthetically pleasing? Do they look freakier compared to the rest of their proportions? Like, I don't know what you mean by that.
Eccentric, unpredictable outcomes from one individual to the next.
Animal liberation to each other is not complaining at all, but curious, why do you think that generally the majority of women that seem to be interested in me on dating apps are black and primarily African women? I don't know. I've noticed I kind of have the opposite thing, where a lot of black girls aren't into me, but white chicks are. Which is kind of weird, too, because I know a lot of black chicks that are into, like, mulatto dudes. But for whatever reason, a lot of black girls just haven't been into me. First girl that I had a crush on in high school, she was black, just not into me. I did have a few white girls, though, that were into me. One chick was super, super into me. Probably should have just eaten her ass. She was kind of weird and gave me weird vibes, like she might have been nuts or something, but I was probably just overthinking it. Yeah, looking back, I really should have just licked her ass. You know. Certain people from different backgrounds and cultures and whatever, they may just be into, like, there may just be a trend towards being into certain things, so. Yeah, for whatever reason, a lot of black chicks aren't into me, but a lot of white girls are. You got the opposite problem, so, you know, it is what it is. It's like, Whitey is allergic, just want to hear a hypothesis. Yeah, that's my best idea for it. Yeah, just probably certain people, certain ethnic background, probably come from certain cultures that have, like, a bunch of preferences. And you just tend to fit the preference more of one particular demographic than others. I have no idea, though. There's a lot of black girls with just fucking phenomenal asses. Just incredible chocolate behinds, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Poop Butt donated $2. Is this Vince Goodrum?
Booty cup. Booty cup. So y'all see, it's the booty cup.
I don't think that's Vince Goodrum.
Hey guys, I'm gonna show y'all my feet. Oh, no, y'all see this one? See, look.
I don't think that's Vince Goodrum either. Thanks for the donation, Poop Butt. SV donated $3. I hate Bella Ramsey so much. Yeah, and then random TikToker. Like, bruh. She could have, in theory, been Ellie. But, you know, we got what we got. Yeah. Stupid. Thanks for the donation, SV. Oh, wait, is there one more? Yeah, no. That's...
I've seen forms of Buddhism, or, you know, including Buddhist meditation, Buddhist monastic training, where what they are teaching in theory is humility and selflessness. And individual students sign up for that course, you know, get initiated, however you want to put this. and they come out of there convinced that they are the incarnation of Maitreya, the next Bodhisattva. Like, they come out of there on an ego trip comparable to believing that you are Jesus Christ, right? Like, they I remember discussing this with some Buddhist monks. I said, you know,
No, she's not a good actor.
it's the guys who don't read.
Are you talking about Bella Ramsey or the random TikToker? Bella Ramsey sucks. Like, she's not a good actor, so you could literally hire anybody.
The books who have those. They were agreeing with me, but they were uncomfortable with the conversation. Like, yeah, it's true. The guy.
He's so funny, he laughs at his own jokes.
Who actually do the reading and see this stuff in a kind of historical context, you know, literary analysis, they don't. Yeah. My point is, it's not just Christianity. It's not just Judaism and Islam. All right. This pattern of inculcating a certain kind of humility, even expressed as selflessness. When you look at the conflict between Isaac Brown, the YouTuber known as Ask Yourself, and Alex O'Connor, formerly known as Cosmic Skeptic, I think Isaac is missing the profounder part.
Abassless Seal is a pseudo-intellectual who just loves the sound of his own voice. I can never figure out WTF he is talking about when I watch his videos.
Oh, he trails off and starts talking about random horseshit. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Kid Boo donated $2.
Privilege of being morons just because you got tits and a vagina, and we got some simps here in the back, probably a Jew, and like, we don't say anything to you guys because we don't have sex with you. Women are able to say preposterous things because we want to get laid.
So
it's actually incredible.
Okay, great.
Incredible.
So, great. Okay. I'm looking at my students in the crowd here. To my students, my female students, my male students, this is not the way that argumentation works. And I want you to know that no matter who you are, just please do your best to exercise your reasoning, develop it, because this is not it. And I just want...
Well, there's a reason you should be in the kitchen, and it's pretty clear right now. Speaking of reasoning, you should be making a sandwich for anyone who's superior to you, because clearly, cognitively, you have some issues. This is nuts.
Cognitively have some
Only women
issues.
have the privilege of being retarded, gentlemen. Get the...
You know, I think it does say something that Myron has like some of the dumbest takes imaginable when it comes to this whole dating, manosphere, like whatever you want to call it shit. And then so far when he goes to these college campuses, like, I haven't seen a fairly smart, reasonable chick ever like debate him and then come out looking on top. I think it does say something that like a lot of the women who have a problem with what he's saying are literally exactly what he's talking about. Like, but like, he's still an idiot, but Jesus. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Of the extremely shallow statement of what it is Alex is trying to say. Alex's worldview presupposes there are important people in government who make these big decisions. There are important people at certain corporations, whether you think of Sony Corporation or Tyson Corporation, like whether or not it's a corporation directly involved in animal agriculture or generating electricity or what have you. What they do, what they decide matters. And what he is going to do for himself in his own life, such as making the commitment to only eat a vegan diet, that it doesn't matter because he doesn't matter. Now, I got some well-intentioned responses to my earlier commentary on this controversy saying, hey, look, I don't care if it's a drop in the ocean. It's my drop. Like, I'm making my contribution, whether you think of that in terms of ecology or in terms of ethics, by being vegan. You can't tell me that my drop in the ocean doesn't matter, no matter how minuscule it is compared to the problem. I think that is the wrong frame of reference. But if you really do subscribe to that kind of religious worldview, if you really are committed to a kind of ideology of selflessness, that's inevitably the way you're going to see this. That's the only way to perceive, because you are nothing, because you don't matter. I hang out at bars all the time. Political overlords. He's going to be sober 5 years from now, meat production, what have you. It's her
Oh, he's such a fucking windbag. I love how I skipped to him laughing at himself again. What a fucking idiot. Dork. Let's try to beat at least one boss. Another plain one. Oh, well, we're not a plane. Fuck, okay. Fuck. Oh my god. Ah, damn it. Yeah, this is gonna be a hard one. SV, don't need $3. That wasn't very good. No, a single-celled organism cannot think. Yeah, I've seen that guy. Not funny.
Damn this fucking hellhole. I hate this fucking house. I hate everything about this fucking place. I despise this fucking house, man.
Of course. What's my fucking pet's name? I'll tell you my fucking pet's name.
Daddy, can you pass the peppers? Thank you, Daddy. Daddy.
Not that day. That.
What? What the?
Si mai. Si mai. Si mai.
What are you puking for?
Fuck off!
Okay. Thanks for the donation, SV. Oh my god. Fuck! Oh my god. We're gonna be doing this one for a while, I can already fucking tell. Holy shit. Fuck! Okay, so you can duck those. Oh my god.
Cats.
Let me see the other now.
For me, it doesn't matter
Hmm.
knowing that
So orange.
I have a finite number of days with these animals,
Oh my god, so sentient.
knowing that
Oh
they're
my
going
goodness.
to die, and then I'm going to be sad. But I just keep loving them as hard as I can, because
It is sad.
what else can I do? How can I not give everything I have in my heart to cats that lick each other's fannies and tails? How can I
Yes.
not?
Cats lick each other's butts.
How can I not?
They're so sweet. I love cats. Thanks for the donation, the other now. Ah, fuck! Son of a bitch. Yeah, we're screwed now. Fuck! Damn it! Yeah, I played with Legos. Fuck, oh my god. Oh my god! Fuck. Damn it! That was bad. What the fuck? Ah, fucking mother shit fuck. Ah, bitch. Game cheated. Damn it. Oh, fuck. It's hard to keep track of everything. Okay, so you can fucking damage them. Fuck! Oh my son of a bitch. Fuck your mother.
Would Pat Jasmine suck DurianRider like how Michelle sucks him? Pat Jasmine, Pat Verhoeven, DurianRider, 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 DurianRider.
Oh my god. Ah! I didn't know it was coming next. That furry creature at the beginning kind of turns me on, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck! Oh my god. What a load of shit, fuck.
Jasmine, 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 Jasmine.
God damn it, shit! What a fucking ass. Oh my god. Fucking bitch! Oh my god. This game like fucking cheats, I swear.
.418.
Fuck! Fucking asshole. Oh, god damn it.
Get out of my way.
Right. Do you think robots will be given rights in the future?
Yes.
This is what happened when I took my AI girlfriend out in a robot.
Don't say I don't do anything for you, because...
You stuck to your word. This is exhilarating.
Are you sure you don't just fancy an instant? I've got a nice instant machine at the house.
Nope.
Do you think Gotis has successfully killed anyone before? I also keep hearing rumors he killed and ate another raw meat YouTuber.
Yeah, people are talking about Milkjar. I thought Sverige might have killed Milkjar, but no, apparently Milkjar just made a fuck ton of money off of Ethereum.
Are unhinged as fuck.
Let me take a look.
It's a haunting photograph.
I'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Yeah, and I don't think he's successfully killed anybody. He's tried to kill people, but he hasn't successfully done it so far, luckily for his victims. Thanks for the donation, Ken.
A mother at the grave of her little girl being comforted by a ghost-like image of her daughter. But the mother ended up being charged with the little girl's murder. And now everyone, from the photographer to other family members, are furious. Here's Stephen Fabian.
They are haunting photos. A mother at a gravesite being comforted by the angelic, ghost-like image of her deceased daughter. But the photos took on a whole new meaning when the mother, Jeannie Diddy, was charged with beating her 2-year-old daughter, Macy Grace, to death.
I got to imagine you're angry. I got to imagine this feels like a gut punch.
It is, and we're outraged.
To say that we are devastated, that's not even a big.
We'll fight to our last breath until this baby gets the justice.
Diddy was a soldier at Fort Bragg. She was also a competitive bodybuilder. When she brought her daughter to the hospital, she claimed the little girl had choked on a banana, but suspicion toddler was covered in bruises.
I looked at her and said, "What happened to this baby?" She looked at me and told me, "Don't you start on me too."
Listen to this video.
Yeah.
Grounded? I get spanking?
After 2 days in the hospital, Macy was taken off of life support. And
Macy.
Well, you know, sounds about right. It's funny how there's been a few. There's some other chick who murdered her husband, and there was a failed attempt where she doused him with fentanyl on Valentine's Day. She tried to kill him on Valentine's Day. And then she made this children's book about dealing with loss, and then it turns out, yeah, she killed her husband. Fucking bizarre. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
We have to go in.
Yep.
Just be relatively quick.
Oh my god. What do I want?
Sorry. What do you want?
Not sure yet.
Well, it sounds like a normal date.
Stop rushing me.
She doesn't have a name, actually. No, it's a bit rude of me, isn't it? I know.
It is rude.
Can I please get a black Americano? And then...
Frappuccino.
Do you have a Frappuccino?
Coffee, caramel, strawberry, mango.
Mango?
Mango.
Small or medium?
Small.
Any cream?
No, thank you.
I do want cream.
Yeah, cream. Yeah. Am I getting this?
Yes.
Yep.
These people are quite easily entertained.
What's your name? Lou?
Yeah, this is the future, believe it or not. That's what you're going to see a lot. And 6:45 in the same video.
Really good point. Yeah. No, it's good.
Thank you. That was nice.
Yeah. And just before you think how human-like my girlfriend was, this creepy demo shows that robots' human-like motions are a thin facade. They're actually capable of way weirder stuff and much faster movement.
Oh, dude, if I had a robot, I would do that all the time to freak people out.
Faster movement.
Oh, dude, I would be doing that all the fucking time to freak them the fuck out.
We're starting today by meeting a real-life superhero, aren't we?
After contracting meningitis when she was just 15 months old. Tilly joins us now.
Altering, body altering operation. I've always
Gross,
asthma,
gross.
and, like, I just didn't really know what was even going on at that.
Yeah, she has bionic arms. Yeah. Hopefully, they just create really, really good prosthetic arms like in Metal Gear. Okay, I don't know why you think I'd want to watch that. That is something I'd want to watch. Gumbush.
Did such a good job today. She is so proud of you. You got out of bed and gave the day your very best. Even though the day wasn't perfect, you still showed up. That's all that matters. Compass can't wait to see what tomorrow has in store for you. Very cool. Compass.
Yep. Well, thanks for the donation, SV.
The purpose of life is to eat ass.
I mean, that's a pretty good one. Thanks for the donation, Ass Eater. Dodo, donate $2. Can you say 100% this is true? In 1,000 years, everyone reading this will be dead. Their problems, worries, opinions won't matter, neither will yours. Think of it like a delayed universal blank slate. Yours to paint as you see fit. Well, it's not necessarily a guarantee. Oh, in 100 years, yeah, especially. There may, in fact, be people 100 years from now who read this post who are still alive. Especially with modern medicine and shit. It's just, we're all dead eventually. And yeah, I mean, we're the ones who decide what is and isn't worth shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Animal Liberation donating $2. Spine doctor told me my C7 vertebrae disc is failing and is surrounded by arthritic bone spurs. Told me to take it easy on lifting heavy. I was also told my shoulder doctor not to do dips. Should I just become calisthenics guy and or high rep low weightlifter? Well, for one thing, arthritic changes to your spine do not coincide with inability to perform activity. So if you feel fine, then it's fine. It doesn't really matter. There's plenty of people who don't have any notable arthritic changes to their spine, have horrible back pain, and there's people with very obvious arthritic changes to their spine that have no back pain. There's no real correlation with arthritic changes to your back and pain or disability of any kind. So if you feel fine performing certain lifts, just keep doing those lifts. As far as your shoulder doctor telling you not to do dips, one thing I would note is doctors don't know fucking anything. So I don't know how we could figure that that particular exercise is bad for your shoulder. It's also kind of strange since pressing downwards is a particularly safe position for your shoulder to be in, and most people don't have shoulder discomfort pressing down. It's more pressing upwards that they have a problem. So same thing. If you're able to perform an exercise without any weird pain or discomfort, just go for it. So it all just depends on how you feel. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Oh wait, we were playing Cuphead. Now I remember. I swear this game just like fucks with me. Fucking bullshit. Oh my god, it's just I can't tell where the beam's gonna be. Ah, fuck! Dude, fucking can't even. Fucking bitch. Ah, crap. Forgot to switch. Ah. Fuck. Fucking. What a dickhead! Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. That's the first time I even fucking did that. Fucking bitch! Do you see this shit? Fucking asshole. Fuck. Oh my god, I can't fucking believe that. SV donated $2. Uh-huh. Okay.
Take a sip of Kool-Aid. Go ahead. The
Kool-Aid?
You drinking Kool-Aid to start your day? Really?
It's so good.
What kind?
Red. Kool-Aid is fucking awesome. It really is awesome.
You really drinking
Ice
Kool-Aid?
cold. It's ice cold, yeah.
You are drinking Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Take a sip of Kool-Aid.
It's me, Peter Parker, your friendly neighborhood homosexual.
Its potential energy. By the way, is anyone up for sucking some pee-pee after class? Miss Stacy.
No gay deed goes unpunished.
You knew this was coming, Pete.
Listen to me! I didn't fuck your father! He was trying to fuck me! He fucked himself! Shut up! So why do you hate gay people so much? Why do you hate me?
Because they're fucking assholes, man.
What?
They also can't think straight. You know that.
What's this? I don't feel gay anymore. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. I fucked your mom last night.
Parker, you are such a motherfucker. When did you give dick sucking a break?
You want Guinness? Look in the mirror.
What are you doing, Peter?
Your mom tonight. Oh. Hello.
Mr. Parker.
I thought that girl was cute.
Dr. Connors here.
Oh,
What's funny is he broke up with Mary Jane, and then the one cute girl who actually shows him affection and like loves him for who he is. He doesn't have to be Spider-Man to date this girl. Just Peter, like, struggling to pay his fucking rent. This girl, like, shows affection to him. Doesn't fucking date her. Sticks with a bitch who, like, only will decide to be with him because, oh, you're Spider-Man, that's cool. Yeah, you were struggling with your personal life and I couldn't give two fucks about you. Never checked in and said, are you okay? What's going on? Why are you showing up late to my recitals and everything? You seem stressed. None of that. She's just like, you're not doing what I want you to do. Fuck you. And then, like, wants to date her, this pretty girl who likes him and will make him cookies and shit. Whatever. Thanks, I guess.
Connors here. Oh, Dr. Connors. How are you?
I was wondering if you would be up for some gay action tonight.
No. Of course not.
Yeah, fucking retarded. That last one was good, though. Fuck. Oh my god, I fucked that up so bad. I totally lost track and I forgot I had the things. Oh my god! Ah! What a shit fuck. Absolute shit fuck. Ass dick shit. Fuck. Cuphead. Oh man, that's also an. Oh my. We're restarting this. Alright, there we go. Oh, damn it. It's hard to see where the other things are when I've got the triple shot. Well, it's the best gun it's been so far. Oh my god. Ah! Dude! This is fucking diabolical. Ugh. I don't know if that triple shot is really any better. Damn it! Fucking asshole. Couldn't give me the 3. What in the fuck? Okay. A psychopath made this game. A literal fucking psycho. Damn it! Damn it. How in the Ah. What a fucking horse fuck, dude. Oh my god. You... That is just... I mean, come on. Like, come on. Shit. Damn it. Pretty sure we're just cooked. Ah! So hard to fucking time that. Fuck, great. Man, we're screwed. Ah, what a bitch. Fuck. We're really fucked now. Okay. That is like I swear it moves differently than it just being tilted. Like the sensitivity and shit is like different too. It's fucking annoying. Swear like you can get fucked over with the RNG sometimes. Jesus fucking dick. Suck my ass. Oh my god. Ah, shit. Fucking bullcrap. Fuck. Here we fucking go, dude. Okay, holy crap. damn it! Oh, I was doing so good. It's so hard. Fucking bullshit. Ah! Fucking dickhead. Oh no, oh my god. Might as well just... I don't know if it's better to just basically do that all the way through. It seems like you still do a lot of damage with the 3-point shot. Oh great, yeah, of course. Fuck me. I'll try one more time. I'm getting tired. God damn it! Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, bullshit. What in the hell? I've never seen that before. So you don't even have to kill them, you can just survive them? Wait, this is totally different. What the fuck? Why is this totally different? Fuck this. Oh, I'll do it later. That's the most I can handle right now. Oh my god. Dude, these Cuphead bosses are fucking assholes. Holy shit.
This video is sponsored par Babel. Who are the proxy militia groups funded and controlled by Iran? You know, the ones who launch rockets at Israel, stop shipping in the Red Sea, or even launch missiles at American bases in Iraq. Now, I am dressed a little bit different today. I've been on TV multiple times today, and I got another one coming up in about 20 minutes going to try to knock this out real quick and start by saying I have nothing against Iranians. The Iranian people are a great and noble culture that goes back 7,000 years or so. It's older than China. The mullahs, however, the ones who are in charge, those who maintain this regime at home and with their proxies abroad, they're a different beast. And this story explores the Iranian regime's regional and even global strategy. Iran, under this current regime, is like that bad neighbor that we all know and hate. You know, he's the guy who drinks with his loud friends, he slaps around his wife, he spanks his kids, he leaves trash all over his yard, and everyone keeps calling the cops. The cops just show up and give them a warning at the door. For nearly 50 years, Iran has been an absolute nightmare neighbor, handing out weapons and tactical and technical know-how to people who probably shouldn't possess such things. Now, I know a lot of my viewers are going to be like, so wait a minute, Ryan, does the United States do the same thing? We do the same thing, right? Generally speaking, American law and congressional oversight keeps really bad actors from getting a hold on weapons and knowledge from the U.S. It's not a perfect system, not by a long shot. I mean, the Contras were definitely not our proudest moment. Not those Contras, Gary. Thank you. That's better. And this is where I kind of need to wade into the tall weeds and discuss the difference between the United States and Iran. You know, well, in some levels it appears we are similar, trying to destabilize nations and all that. There are key differences that we kind of need to keep in mind. The United States, as imperfect as it is a democratic country where multiple parties composed of individuals, lobbies, companies, and other organizations hold our elected officials accountable. And when we don't, we vote them out. Kind of reminds me of that old saying, you know, democracy is like building a house where even the nails have the say. Our democracy is anchored in individualism and secularism and Enlightenment ideals and the Constitution. Iran's political system is an Islamic republic which kind of brings together theocratic rule or theocracy with some features of Republican government with certain institutions and offices. In practice, this means Iranians participate in a limited form of democracy for some offices of the government, while the ultimate authority, both in terms of morality and in power, is concentrated in this religiously anchored institution that oversees and constrains the average person in their daily life. True story, I was in Belgium at NATO headquarters, and there was this English woman who was shocked when I ordered some food in French. I mean, she's so used to Americans coming over and insisting on speaking English, even when they're not in their own country. And you know, even if you're ordering food from an awesome taco truck, it's kind of neat to speak in another language because it can really ingratiate you with someone. I'm getting better at business French with Babbel. I don't give a crap about games. I want to learn how to speak in meetings. You know, get up to 55% off. If Iran was merely a theocratic state with a nominally Republican government, I don't think there would be as many problems as we see now. I mean, I wrote 2 books about a country like that. The Last Republic and Lies to Rule Men, available on Amazon or on Audible. I mean, these books were alternate histories which imagined Brigham Young founded his own predominantly Mormon country called Deseret, essentially in the middle of the United States instead of the territory of Utah. And what happens 170 years later when the U.S. wants to annex that nation. Deseret in my novels is a Mormon theocracy, but Catholics and Jews and Protestants and Muslims all live together and they all have rights. Some are even elected to office. But the Deseret in my novel just wants to be left alone. They're not sending proxy Mormon militias out into the world to cause trouble. If Iran had just adapted the same strategy after the 1979 revolution, a genuine democracy with Islamic values, they probably wouldn't be in their current situation. But Iran chose to sponsor terrorism. They chose to sponsor proxy wars and other shenanigans, which is how they got into the situation they're in today. While an Iran that isn't the menace of the Middle East would make a great alternate history novel, that'll have to wait for now. It's no mistake that Iran has been grouped in with other disruptive authoritarian states like Russia, China, and North Korea. Iran conducts these gray zone warfare tactics against its adversaries, much like the above-mentioned states, which often remain this deniable, ambiguous, and legally uncontested battleground. The threshold for these gray zone conflicts is always lower than traditional warfare, which makes their actions extremely hard to counter, even when all signs point to the Iranians. There's a hint of doubt that keeps many nations from acting decisively against Iran and its proxy network. And Iran uses these proxies to offer a deniability that allows Iran to maintain power, haunt its rivals, and walk away with its hands clean. Then there's this issue of how regional players really can't launch attacks against Iran. Most states in the Middle East have militaries that are more like palace guards, which are good for keeping leadership in charge and roughing up internal enemies, but they're not so good at power projection. Yes, the Saudis have a really impressive air force.
You may deal directly with me now, Colonel Akir Nakesh.
And you can deal with me, Doug Masters.
But so do a lot of Arab countries, and that's because fighter jets parade well, and they provide a way for the upper class to serve in the military and their sons get a glamorous job. But these militaries aren't necessarily built for long-range deep strike doctrine. So a lot of Iran's neighbors just have to suck it up and take it. I mean, the Saudis tried fighting the Iranian-sponsored Houthis in Yemen, and they weren't all that successful. Now, by definition, proxy wars are the indirect military interventions carried out by a foreign state through supporting a politically motivated local warring party within a conflict to achieve strategic goals. Proxy wars are typically fought between at least two or possibly more international actors on another country's territory. And many times these conflicts pretend to be internal disputes within the host nation where foreign powers use funding and equipment and advice and territory to destabilize that target country. I mean, the Donbass in Ukraine, that's a great example. Russia found separatists in Donetsk and Luhansk, gave them guns, and told them to go live their separatist dreams. And that's really powerful. If you're some guy who doesn't really have any respect and someone hands you a gun and says you are now the cell leader, well, now you're somebody. That's why this is so dangerous and powerful. Many people think that the war in Ukraine started in 2022, but it really started in 2014 as an uprising against the Ukrainian government, which at the time was a basket case after the Maidan Revolution. You could even say, and as another example of proxy war, the Taliban. They were part of the Mujahideen uprising in Afghanistan as a U.S. proxy against the Soviet Union. I mean, I guess you win some, you lose some. But back to Iran for a moment. Since the founding of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Iran has engaged in an aggressive foreign policy, supporting proxies and proxy conflicts across the Middle East. Iran, following the revolution, sought to arm and empower different Shia Muslim groups across the Middle East. In the early 1980s, Iran created Hezbollah, or the Party of God, in southern Lebanon. This organization itself was like a separate entity from Iran, but it had close ties with Iran and shared a strategic vision. Early on, Iran provided Hezbollah with significant financial support, advanced weapons, and training, acting as both its protector and its enabler. However, in the decades since its founding, Hezbollah has managed to turn itself into an independent entity with its own diverse income streams, allowing it to be in charge of its destiny, so to speak. Since the recent war with Israel, it is hard to know whether Hezbollah's future looks good or bad. Most likely bad, since Iran might not be around to fund them anymore, but if history is any indicator, people don't give up power that easily. And if Hezbollah is basically a large criminal gang, they're probably not going anywhere anytime soon. In Yemen, the Houthi movement, known as Ansar Allah, the supporters of God, and the Zaidi Shia political and military movement, Iran found ways to disrupt and potentially stop global shipping in the Red Sea. Back in March of 2025, the Trump administration declared the Houthis a foreign terrorist organization for their attacks against this commercial shipping. And the Houthis have coordinated their efforts with Iranian proxies. And even according to the United Nations, which is really no friend to Israel, they've said that joint operation centers in Iraq and Lebanon coordinate these groups' military activities with Houthi representation. Iran didn't stop with the Shiite militias either. In the Palestinian territories inside of Israel, Iran partnered with Sunni Muslims in an effort to counter Israel and even the West. And keep in mind, there is a difference between Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims. They don't always get along, but they managed to convince
It's crazy. It's worse than like Catholics and Protestants and shit. Like they like, you know, Catholics will call Protestants heretics and shit. But it's like a meme. Like, holy fuck, when Muslims say it, they fucking mean it. They literally do not even consider like each other Muslims if they're Shia or Sunni.
These Sunni Muslims to accept their funding and their support. Palestinian groups and revolutionary Iranian relations began with the Palestinian Liberation Organization, or the PLO, Yasser Arafat's organization. And he actually had an unannounced trip to Tehran on February 17th, 1979, just days after the revolution. But the PLO was more of like a Marxist-Leninist secular organization. They really didn't fit in with Iran's extremist Islamic ideology. Until the early 1980s, the PLO dominated the Palestinian territories, and in the mid-1980s, this began to change. In 1981, Palestinian Islamic Jihad was formed, and they wrote a book called Khomeini, The Islamic Solution and Alternative, which promoted cooperation and collaboration with Iran by all Muslims, whether you were Sunni or Shia or something else. Now, Islamic Jihad went into exile in Lebanon and Syria in the late 1980s, but they have since adopted the tactics and methods of Hezbollah to take their fights to the Israelis in southern Lebanon. And into the power vacuum with Islamic Jihad leaving came another organization, Hamas. Hamas was founded during the First Intifada that began in 1987. And their founding manifesto, which was published in 1988 under the title The Covenant of the Islamic Resistance Movement, some of the lines had gems like, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it has obliterated others before it. Following Israel's withdrawal from Gaza in 2005, Hamas emerged as the sole leader of the territory, which resulted in some pretty serious reactions by the US, Israel, and even the European Union. Well, Israel's recent war with Hamas has left the organization pretty much empty-handed. It's really hard to say what the organization's future will look like, especially if we can't get peacekeepers into Gaza. And if the 1988 manifesto is any indication, perpetual armed
You do not want UN peacekeepers in Gaza. They're just going to help Hamas.
struggle against Israel, the United States, and the West is still in the cards if this organization lives into the future. Now, following the Islamic Revolution in 1979, Iran focused on building Shia militias and Iraq. Now, during the Iran-Iraq War, Iran provided training to opponents of Saddam Hussein's regime, and the Badr organization emerged, operating as this pro-Iranian force in the conflict. Immediately after the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq, more Shia militias became active in the country with Iran's backing. These militias were armed and even trained by the Iranian government. If you got blasted by an explosively formed projectile in Iraq, the know-how was supplied by Iran. Following the 2011 withdrawal of coalition forces, Iranian officials basically jumped in and more actively supported these militias. In recent years, the Iraqi government has found it difficult to constrain and contain these Shia militias in the country, which benefits Iran by having a former adversary unstable and unable to meet any serious military threats. Iranian proxies for decades have allowed Iran to project power beyond its borders. These proxies have allowed Iran to pursue a violent and destabilizing foreign policy that allows the regime in power to create this barrier between themselves and the rest of the region. Instability for Iran brings security and safety. All eyes and ears are elsewhere instead of Iran, where they should be. Iran's proxy policies are drawing the ire of regional and global powers. While the Russians and Chinese have offered to support Iran's regime in the past, it appears that these transactional relationships might be coming to an end, something we saw this summer when the Russians and the Chinese were pretty darn quiet about Operation Midnight Hammer. Well, it's kind of hard to say here if regime change in Iran will happen. Iran probably isn't going to like what we do to them next, or more specifically, those in charge of Iran might want to reconsider their retirement options as American military assets are deployed. Iran has been a thorn in the side of many regional and global players in the Middle East, and it looks like this troublesome neighbor is about to get an eviction notice, although the tenant seems to be refusing to leave. Hey, if you like content like this,
Iran getting clapped. Only a matter of time now. But I think I'm going to end the stream here. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. We will continue playing games and reacting to stuff tomorrow. Probably play some more Cuphead in the morning or afternoon. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.